Well, welcome to Wellington, Florida. It's the $150,000 WCHR Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. Tonight, the international horses, they've gone over to the Derby field. The hunters take over here this week in the international ring, and we'll be seeing 30 of the nation's best competing here for this $150,000 purse. Now, I'm here with Brian Figas and Jennifer Ratucci. Brian just jetted in here from Ocala, and he's been doing very well up there this season. This is your first time here for the Hunter Spectacular?
Yeah, it is.
Well, you're up for a real treat. Jen has been competing here all week long. And Jen, you know, it's been a real electric atmosphere here. Everybody's battling it out, trying to get into this class. And we have some really good riders and some young talent. This class has been won by the pros, but it's also been won by the juniors on numerous occasions. You know, tell us about this atmosphere here throughout the week as riders are trying to earn this berth into the class tonight.
Well, I definitely think it's a week that everybody puts pressure on themselves because everybody wants to try to qualify for this class. And I think that it's such a special class to be able to compete in, and everybody, you know, is doing their best to get in. And, you know, when it comes to tonight, just the best of the best, and all the champion and reserves and ones that got to buy into the class for this year are the ones that get to compete. But we're looking forward to watching everybody. It's a great group of riders and horses, and we're excited to watch.
Well, we lead up. We have a great group. Like you said, we'll see them showing at the respective height they qualified. We have 24 at 3.6, then we'll see the 3.9s, and then the horses that qualified at the high performance height of 4 feet tonight. And they'll go in that order. As we work our way down the list, there's a number of great riders that we're going to be looking towards. A little bit later on, closer to the first horse, we'll have a little ones to watch feature from some of the riders who came in with the buys, or by virtue of how they did in either previous Hunter Spectaculars or by virtue of being a national champion or the Pro Finals winner at Capital Challenge last year, which was Nick Hannes. We'll hear about him a little later on as well. So as they lead up, there are some great horses that have been out here and they have been competing throughout their careers, storied careers. Coming up tonight also is the retirement ceremony of a great horse, Chablis, that has been one of the top amateur horses always in the thing. So we're going to throw it over to the house announcer, Mr. Jason Porter, who's going to take us through this retirement ceremony, and as well you'll hear it from Stephen Wild. So we'll be back in a little bit. And now over to Jason.
It's about 45 minutes away from our first on course for the WCHR Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. And a very special moment ahead of tonight's Hunter Spectacular. We'll send it down to the ring with Mr. Stephen Wild.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to a lovely evening here in Wellington International and the $150,000 World Championship Hunter rider Peter Wetherill at Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. But we go into our evening with a host of top awards to present and a very special presentation as well. And it gives us great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to honour, to celebrate an extraordinary career here this evening as well, and a fabulous horse that is Chablis. Discovered by Peter Lutz in 2012, aged just 4 years, and purchased by Kelly Tropin-Wittridge in 2014, 2 years later at the age of 6. Chablis was trained throughout his career at the same stable with Peter Lutz and Mary Manfredi as well. Through 12 years, from 2013 to 2024, he never missed a single horse show, competing in 12 consecutive WEF seasons, a true testament to his soundness and to the consistency and heart of this horse. Over the course of his 12-year career, Chablis earned an incredible 105 championships and reserve championships. In the amateur and hunters and indoors between 2014 and 2023. Throughout that time, he captured 12 tricolours in 13 appearances. The only time he did not, he finished champion and reserve and was the very first indoors back in 2014 at the very start. And was always at the top after that. His dominance indoors was remarkable, winning 45% of the classes he entered and placing nearly every time in the top 3. He also earned the High Score Awards at Harrisburg, at the Penn National Horse Show, the National Horse Show itself, the Washington International, and the Devon Horse Show as well. Here at WEF, Chablis competed in the night classes 4 times and in one unforgettable season scored a 98, the highest score of the year. In 2020, he was named the WCHR Hunter of the Year, and in 2022, every dream was realised as he was immortalised as a Breyer horse model as well. Chablis' career is defined by brilliance, consistency and undeniable presence in the ring. And we're going to join in celebrating a truly exceptional hunter and unforgettable partner as we take a look at the screen and see what this amazing horse has done and brought to those around him.
The best feeling in the world was galloping up to a single oxer on that horse. I crave that feeling and I miss it.
It's open with Chablis.
We first saw Chablis in 2012. He was 4 years old, and I saw him trotting around the horse show with Becky and Conan and followed him back to where he was so I could talk to them about him. And it's one of those horses that you see, like, from the first moment, you just knew that there was something special about him. I rode him for about a year, and then soon after, Kelly started showing him. He was 7 years old when she first took him to indoors, was winning right from the beginning. He has a very strong personality, a lot of character.
It's like he's always known what his job is and how to do it really well. It's like he can read the venue and he just always wants to win. Chablis, hi!
So I had him from when he was 6, and he showed every season consecutively through when he was 16. You know, one could think that it would be intimidating to always be riding the horse that you knew could pull out a big score every single time he walked in the ring, but I just had so much fun riding him. He's so powerful, so athletic, so smart. He sometimes felt like he knew the course. When I look back on it, trotting in the ring, maybe sometimes it would be I'd be a little nervous or intimidated, but then we would just kind of click into gear. It was just so easy and so fun. I think one of the things that's most special about Peter and Mary as horse people is that they really allow the horses to take their time. And when he was doing the first years with Peter, he didn't win as much as one would have thought given his later career, because Peter was just so patient with him and so kind and just never wanted to push the horse. And when I bought him, I really believed in what the horse was, because I had ridden with Peter for so long and with Mary, and it was just so right. I think if he was a horse that you had pushed a lot as a young horse, and I don't know if he would have been what he was, because he's so careful, so special, that I think he really required a really gentle trainer, and I think that we gave that to him, and I'm really proud of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fabulous Chablis, and a wonderful evening here to celebrate. You can put your hands together, give him a round of applause. It's lovely to see all the connections here. And as the sun sets on an amazing career under the sunset tonight, joining us in the ring today to celebrate is owner and rider Kelly Tropin-Wittridge, and joined by Kathleen Tropin, longtime trainers Mary Manfredi and Peter Lutz as well here too. Delighted to welcome them here. Dr. Amy Rabanel, Dr. Bonnie Asher, Mike Boylan, Alexandra Bartlett and Diego Garcia Carranza, and many of the team too joining here as well. Please salute, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for an amazing horse with an amazing record. It is congratulations, Chablis, and enjoy retirement, and of course, immortalised as a Breyer horse as well. So Kelly leading up. We'll have some final photos. I'd love to see the match here in the arena where they've done so well before and still keen on the greenery. As always, a village, a huge team that is behind the success, but the wonderful consistency of this horse, the longevity of the partnership. And Chablis knowing exactly where he is out of the competition ring. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and to salute to a fabulous horse with a wonderful record, 12 magnificent years of success. Thank you. Well done, Kelly and Chablis. Enjoy retirement. So we'll be handing back to the team up in the booth to take us through the evening. A wonderful evening ahead, top competition, exciting Valentine's night. Up there is King and Jason to take us through this $150,000 Peter Wetherill Spectacular. And of course, some very special awards coming up now as well.
That's right, Stephen. 30 to show for WCHR Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. We're a little over half an hour out from the first on course. We'll see our first in the ring at 6:30 this evening for our $150,000 Spectacular. The WCHR program recognizes the rider and groom who receives the highest single numerical score throughout the week in each category, with each high-scoring rider and groom receiving $500 and a WCHR jacket. And tonight we recognize high-score professional rider Victoria Colvin, a score of 95 in a 3-6 performance stake, and her groom Gerardo Rodriguez. Our high score developing pro will be receiving the Champion Equine Insurance Trophy. It'll be our second award presented this evening ahead of the Spectacular.
And we invite Lauren Fetterman to join us center ring for the presentation of our Champion Equine Insurance Trophy, which was donated by Laura to recognize the developing professional rider with the highest numerical score from the qualifying sections this week. Champion Equine Insurance is dedicated to protecting your equine investment with over 31 years of professional equine insurance experience. Laura Fetterman and Champion Equine Insurance offers unparalleled knowledge, integrity, and customer service to provide the best protection for your champion and the peace of mind you deserve. Laura joins us this evening to present the Champion Equine Insurance Trophy to our developing pro rider. That's Hunter K on Jack with his score of an 88. And our green 3-9 stake groom Rafael Aguilar Morin joining Hunter K and Jack for their Developing Pro Rider Award. Our high score amateur for our 3-3 rider, that's Grace Wilson. She hung up a score of 89 in that 3-3 amateur owner handy card, and groom Alex Sabarian joining Grace Wilson for our 3-3 high score amateur owner rider award with that 89. Our high score amateur 3-6 rider, that was Mimi Gotchman. She hung up that top score, believe overall of our week here in the international ring. That happened on Friday morning in that amateurs of that 3-6, 18 through 35 with that 98 and her groom Julio Hernandez.
Next, we'll present the high score adult amateur rider, and this year, those honors will go to Madeline Briggs on a score of 92. Madeline scoring at 92 on Calvari, and congratulations to grooms Jorge Udaze and Antonio Udaze. Next up, the high score 3-6 junior rider. Congratulations to Catherine Mercer, coming out of the large junior section for the 16 and 17-year-old riders, posting a score of 92, and we also honor her groom, Jared Jimenez.
And our high score 3-3 junior rider with that 92 score, that was Sabrina Miller and her groom Ariano Cruz with that 92 in the 3-3 juniors.
Here with us tonight to present the Peter Wetherill Cup presentation. We'll have Luis Serio, chair of the WCHR Task Force, and Carl Whedon. Tonight it is our pleasure to honor Deco Blue PS with the Peter Wetherill Cup as the 2025 WCHR Hunter of the Year. And here accepting the award are the owners of Deco Blue PS, John and Stephanie Ingram, along with Martha Ingram and the rider Victoria Colvin.
My name is John Ingram. Along with my wife Stephanie and my daughter Martha, we owned Deco Blue PS, and he's winning the Peter Wetherill Award, which is an amazing honor. So what makes Deco Blue the Peter Wetherill horse? Well, I guess first of all, because people were gracious enough to vote for him. He jumps well, he's beautiful, he's brave, he's well-mannered. He's kind of just what you want in a wonderful, hunter/derby horse. I mean, he's kind of right out of central casting. We saw him last year at Aiken and was like, wow, I mean, that kind of looks like an Ingram horse. Timing-wise, I was just like, this isn't really the right time, but I really like this horse. And so I kind of let it go, and then, Tory goes and wins in Ocala. I think it was late June or July, and I was like, okay, I just got to figure this out. Tom Wright and I flew down to try him and was like, okay, there's just not much not to like about this horse. We've got to do it. And then, so we acquire him, and literally 6 weeks later, he's in Derby finals and wins. So, I mean, it's just, it doesn't usually happen like that. We weren't there. It was my mother's 90th birthday. So we were up in the mountains of North Carolina watching online. And so we didn't really get the full drama of it. I mean, of Tory having an accident on, in the schooling area on the other horse, and whether or not she could actually do it. So we were a little bit removed. But I mean, even, hundreds of miles away up in the mountains in North Carolina, it was pretty remarkable. The question of how does it feel to win an award like this, it's incredibly gratifying, because it's voted on by the people that see all the horses and know all the horses. To have him be chosen by people that really know horses is it's incredibly gratifying.
Yeah, tonight it is our pleasure to honor Deco Blue PS, the Peter Wetherill Cup winner for 2025 as the WCHR Hunter of the Year. Here accepting the award are the owners of Deco Blue PS, John and Stephanie Ingram, along with Martha Ingram and the rider Victoria Colvin. Yeah, congratulations again to the Ingram family, owners of Deco Blue PS, and rider Victoria Colvin, our 2025 WCHR Hunter of the Year and the recipient of the Peter Wetherill Cup.
And our USHA Kavar Distinguished Service Award. Before we honor this year's recipient, we recognize the woman whose vision shaped this award. Kavar Kerr was a founding force behind the World Championship Hunter Rider program and a champion for philanthropy within our sport. After a serious riding accident in 1992, she began asking difficult but necessary questions. What happens to professionals without insurance? How do we support grooms? Where do our horses go when they retire? Those questions led to action. Kavar helped establish the American Hunter Jumper Foundation, creating programs like the Emergency Relief Fund and retirement resources for horses, and alongside Sally Glassman, she established a 401k retirement program for everyone in the industry, from professionals to groom. Because of her foresight, many in our sport have retirement savings today who otherwise might not have had. She helped build the Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular from a borrowed tent and a defining Hunter Week tradition, ensuring the glamour of the evening also served a greater purpose. It is that spirit of leadership, service, and forward-thinking philanthropy that we present the Kavar Distinguished Service Award.
My name is Charlie Moorcroft, this year's recipient of the Kavar Kerr Award. Kavar was an amazing person. Her passion for our sport, our horses, and our community, and helping those in need was extremely important to her. She made a huge difference and inspired others to do the same. My time on the USHA Foundation was a great point in my life. I made great friends. It greatly inspired me to create the Moorcroft Conservation Foundation. I've always been interested in nature, being outdoors, and that led to a kind of a natural interest in conservation. As I've grown up, that's become more of a thing. So it's really important to save our planet in a way that there's room and life and ability and natural land for future generations, and also the animals and the species that we really haven't done such a great job protecting. The world of conservation has opened up a lot of doors to me. South Florida is a great place based on weather. Lots of different animals, exotic animals, different collections. I've had the real honor to get to know so many people in the field, and we're able to take groups of people and do in-person hands-on tours of their facilities and really learn more about what it takes to save these animals. I'd like to thank Louise Serio, Carl Wheaton, and the entire WCHR task force for thanking me for this award. I was surprised when Louise called. I love the fact that they thought of me. I love that people feel I've made a difference. I really try, but I was completely shocked.
We couldn't agree more, and it's our honor to present Charlie Moorcroft with the USHJA Kavar Kerr Distinguished Service Award tonight. Charlie is here tonight accepting the award. Joining him for the presentation is Louise Serio, Chair and Co-founder of the WCHR program, and Carl Wheaton, Vice Chair of the WCHR Task Force, and Lynn Jane. Charlie founded the Moorcroft Conservation Foundation, a nonprofit dedicated to conservation, education, rescue, rehabilitation, inspiring children and adults to make the difference while supporting collaborative organizations. Through his mentorship of young riders and his philanthropic leadership, Charlie continues to make a meaningful impact on both the equestrian and greater Wellington community. Congratulations to Charlie Moorcroft, and thank you for your service to our sport.
The WCHR Gala Committee has decided to start the tradition of featuring the previous year's winner on the invitation to the Spectacular Hunt Gala. Along with that tradition, the artwork created is to be gifted to the rider of the previous year's winning horse. This year, the artwork by artist Sharon Campbell is being presented to Liza Boyd, rider of Ondine d'Orléans, the 2025 WCHR Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular Champion. The WCHR Gala Committee would also like to thank all of its donors, sponsors, and attendees. Without your support, this event would not be possible, and we hope you enjoy the night. Here with us to present the artwork is Luis Sirio, Chair of the WCHR Task Force, Carl Whedon, Vice Chair of the WCHR Task Force, and artist Sharon Campbell. Yeah, today we want to take a moment to recognize Stuart Moran, a horseman in the truest sense of the word. Stuart's journey with horses began at Hank and Marion Heilicks in Massachusetts, where he developed a deep understanding of training horses. That foundation carried him to Buffalo, where he worked for Debbie and John Schaffner at Hurdle Hill Farm, continuing to deepen his horsemanship. Stuart has always had a rare ability to find many top horses, and over the years he helped make countless good horses, horses that were confident, honest, and reliable. Horses that could go on to teach riders and succeed in the ring. What makes Stuart truly special is that his legacy lives on through those horses and the results that they produced. Stuart never needed recognition for his work. He worked for top horse people such as Bob Hefner, Susie Sholkoff, the Jacobs, Joey Darby, Betsy Hompel-Perry, and David Raposa. Today we say thank you. Thank you, Stuart Moran, for the horses you shaped, the standard you set, and the quiet, lasting mark you've left on the horse world.
Starting in 1979, the Palm Beach Hounds have been dedicated to the sports and traditions of riding to hounds in South Florida. They are a private group who enjoy horses and the great outdoors. Their members have a strong appreciation for watching hound work, experience their horses' natural agility on the hunt field, and the beauty of the natural landscape of South Florida. They have an active social club that hosts an array of activities and equestrian events throughout the year. Any level of riding is welcome to join. Riders can choose what kind of experience they want to have. Everything from mild to wild is available. You choose the pace of the ride, and they provide the opportunity to get out of the area and have a different kind of fun. A show horse trained as a fox hunter will become well-rounded because they are exposed to so many obstacles that cannot be duplicated in the show arena. Their group holds hunt experiences, formal hunts, and group trail rides in Palm Beach County, Martin County, and throughout Florida. They also sponsor educational and fundraising events, as well as many social outings, and end their season with a formal black tie hunt ball. Non-riding social memberships are encouraged and available to everyone. The group directs efforts toward the education and stewardship of preserved lands and wildlife in South Florida. The territories are mostly level with open fields, pine woods, sandbanks, and streams. Most jumps are 2'5" coops or natural logs, and always optional. They welcome and accommodate all riding levels. Their first flight is jumping mandatory. Those riders follow the huntsmen and hounds at speeds through the territory. The second flight is for those who choose not to jump. They follow at a small distance and go around the most difficult obstacles, a slower pace. Third flight, known as Hilltopper, is available for beginners or green horses and usually goes walk trot and stays on the trails. Anyone who can trail ride their horse can be a fox hunter.
Palm Beach Hounds is recognized by the Masters of the Fox Hounds Association. For many years, their members have embraced the thrill of the chase, enjoying the sport and tradition that binds us together. Our pack consists of approximately 20 couple, 40 magnificent crossbred foxhounds who eagerly take on the field on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and an occasional Monday throughout the season from November to the middle of March. To ensure their safety, our hounds wear GPS tracking collars. These collars are an invaluable tool, allowing us to keep a watchful eye on them as they work, ensuring they remain safe and accounted for at all times. Out in the field, the huntsman expertly guides the hounds using voice commands and a variety of horn calls to communicate. These hounds are trained to respond instinctively, moving with precision and discipline, a testament to their breeding, intelligence, and the deep bond they share with the huntsman. Together, hound and huntsman create the harmony that makes this sport so exhilarating. We invite you to watch, listen, and immerse yourself in this remarkable tradition.
Hunting and social events are among the benefits for members and friends. They invite the community to join them at their hound benefits parties, hunt breakfasts, stirrup cups, and the year-end closing weekend and hunt balls scheduled for March 4th through 8th, 2026. You can learn more about them at palmbeachhounds.com or follow them on Facebook or Instagram for weekly updates and photos.
The joint masters of Palm Beach Hounds are Jennifer and Adam Brown. Together they have 40 years combined hunting experience and wear many hats throughout the hunt season. In the hunt field, the honorary master huntsman is Adam Brown. Honorary whippers in are Jennifer Brown, Dr. Scott Trefagan, ex-master of Palm Beach Hounds, Victoria Robinson, Dina McCombs, and Chelsea Barrett. Honorary field masters are first to flight, Amanda Buston. Second flight, Annabelle Nickel. Third flight, Taylor Quick. And field stewards, Yuri Rugama and James Campbell.
The Palm Beach Hounds are honored to have Susan Oakes, an Irish rider, with them this evening. Susan joins the Palm Beach Hunt whenever she is in town and is an avid fox hunter, having hunted with packs all over the world. She holds the Guinness World Record for side saddle jumping at 6'8" and the triple bar at 6'5" in 2013. Her horse, H.D. Orr, is also here all the way from Ireland and won the 7'1" Prix at the Horse of the Year show in 2018.
Thank you again to the Palm Beach Hounds honorary master huntsman Adam Brown, our whippers in Jennifer Brown, Dr. Scott Trefagan, Victoria Robinson, Dina McCombs, and Chelsea Barrett. Our field masters, Amanda Busen, first flight, second flight, Annabelle Nickel, third flight, Taylor Quick, and our field stewards, Yuri Rugama and James Campbell. Happy to have Susan Oakes here with us as well for the presentation of the Hounds ahead of the WCHR Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. We are less than 15 minutes away from the first on course with tonight's $150,000 competition.
Well, we're a little under 15 minutes away from that first horse. As you can see, they're under the lights now. It's starting to get a little darker. And this is going to affect some of these younger horses and some of the seasoned ones. They just aren't used to doing this. I'm Oliver Kennedy. Jen Ritucci and Brian Figus are with me here bringing you the action tonight. And Jen, you have been riding, you don't get to ride the international ring very often here, the hunters do. You've ridden all week long. What is the difference, let's say, from the rings we're showing in to showing in this ring? There's so much more atmosphere.
There's a lot more atmosphere, and you know when you walk in the ring that the horses are going to jump their best. Like, the courses are always beautifully built. You have so much space, and there's just something about this ring that just makes you relaxed and makes your horses relaxed. And you just have, even if you have a younger one that you're doing in the greens, you know they're going to go in, and you have lots of time to get them back on the ends of the ring. And it's my favorite ring. This one in Kentucky are my two faves.
So, Brian, the riders, for those at home who are not familiar with hunters, what are the judges looking for in this competition?
I would say smoothness. I think that's the most important thing, and consistency. Your horse jumping all the jumps the same, and a certain rhythm around the ring that almost it like lulls the judges into watching you, and yeah, just smoothness, I think.
Well, we have 30 of the best out there. And, Megan Rollins has been designing the tracks here this week, and she is one of the top hunter course designers out there. The jumps have been absolutely spectacular. The decorations that our team here at the Wellington International have put out, the decorating crew. And we go out, one thing we do here this week is, instead of the normal 12-foot rails, where half of the fences out there are 16-foot rails, the 4-meter rails that you might see on a giant derby field. So, it's impressive for the horses. But, one thing tonight, we have a big crowd. We have a great crowd raising money in the VIP tent. And, one thing, let's take a look at some of the ones to watch that we'll be seeing here compete.
My name is Nick Hannes, and this is Styled. Styled and I have been competing together this year. I imported this horse last year. He's owned by Caroline Freeman. He's a really, really fun horse. I actually have a bye this weekend into the night class, into the spectacular, but my first choice horse to ride would be Styled, who's been competing in the 3-6 green divisions this circuit here in WEF. He's been doing amazing. Last week he was champion. His barn name is Daly. He's just truly a really beautiful creature. He's really fun to ride. He's been a judge's favorite his whole career. He's had a really successful year as a pre-green horse last year, and this year in WEF, he's been winning a lot of classes. He gets almost a 90 every week he shows, which has been really exciting. He's just a really fun, beautiful type. He goes around the ring so elegant, confident, smooth. He's very consistent in his top line, in his stride, and his jump. One of the reasons why I wanted to choose to ride him out of all the horses I have access to is because of his braveness and his looks. I think he's going to be a great junior and amateur horse eventually, and a top derby horse. So being that he's still just a first-year horse, this will be a good year to test that and to get experience under the atmosphere of the international ring at night. He's been a joy to develop so far.
I'm Scott Stewart. This is Cadet, and I'll be riding him in the WCHR Hunter Spectacular on Saturday night. He's an 8-year-old gelding owned by Stephanie Donhockle. She does him also in the amateurs, but she actually just had a baby last week, and she made it here yesterday to watch him go. So that was pretty exciting. Stephanie's had Cadet just about a year, actually. He came a year ago. He did 3-3 green last year. He won the green incentive finals, and he won the Classic Capital Challenge for the pre-green horses last year. He's the easiest horse I've ever ridden. He's very simple every day. He always wants to be perfect. He tries his best. Cadet was champion in the 3-6 Green Hunters, and this was his 4th time showing this year. He's been reserve champion and then champion three times, and that's all he's done so far. And hopefully he'll show Saturday night, and then perhaps he'll show week 12. You know, he doesn't show a whole lot, but he's pretty much been champion or one of the big classes at every show he's been to. The class on Saturday night, obviously we all try to bring our best horses forward and want to qualify for that class. And I've been doing it for a very long time. I've been lucky enough to win it twice, but hopefully we'll try to make it 3 times.
My name is Ava Barnes and my horse's name is Atlas. I've had Atlas for, I want to say 3 years now. My favorite thing about Atlas is probably how determined he is in the ring, that he wants to do just as good as I do. We were champion in Grand at Devon, and we were champion on him last year at Devon.
Well, there's some of the ones to watch, 2 of the best pros, and we have Ava Barnes, who was the winner of the Junior Challenge at Capital Challenge, that got her a buy-in with that horse. Just if we go and we're looking at what we have coming up tonight, who else are some of the ones to watch? I mean, there's always J.J. Toronto. He's made his return here after a month off with a collarbone injury. He was very good this week. Catherine Mercer had a 92 today in the juniors and was champion there. So maybe she'll be one of the juniors to watch to see if they can win. So Jen, when you talk about the competition here, who is your pick today?
I think both. I think Tory's probably one of my favorites to watch. I think she clearly can just perform so well under pressure, and the horse that she's doing tonight, obviously she's had a great relationship with, and won Derby finals on, and produced him since the beginning. So I think that she's probably one of my favorites that I think are gonna.
Brian, I know you haven't been here to watch, but you know these horses fairly well.
Yeah, I have to agree with Jen on this one. Tory and that horse are just a match made in heaven.
The Deco Blue PS.
Yeah, it's so amazing to watch.
Those are our ones to watch. But, we've always had some big surprises here. Somebody comes out of the work and everything just clicks for them. And then there's always some of the ones that we thought were going to be superstars. But tonight, they've got a crowd, they're under the lights, and there's a lot more distraction. Plus, it's bedtime for these guys. So when you're doing a class like this at this time of night, what do you do to help prepare those horses, to show at a later time when they might normally just be in their stall having their R&R?
That's a tough one. Honestly, every horse is different. For me, I think it's about getting the horses out of their stalls as much as possible, even just to graze them and let them get acclimated to the time of night and out of their stalls and a little more relaxed and comfortable.
I think too, like if you're doing a night class, like riding them later in the day and starting to ride them at night, just to kind of get them familiar with working at that time of day, and obviously giving them a little snack and having their dinner early so they're not hangry.
Well, the drags are in, making final touch-ups to the ring, and we are looking for our first of 30. 24 will show at the first height, which is the 3'6" height, and we'll be bringing those to you in just a few moments, but we have some commercials to run to take care of our sponsors. So here from Wellington International, we'll throw it out to see some of the many sponsors that help make the Wellington International Series possible.
Championships are powered by nutrition. Nutrina Pro Force feeds fuel your horses every step, whether you're navigating a grueling course, executing a half pass, or galloping to the final fence. Powered by Digestive Shield for optimal gut health and rebound technology for faster recovery, ProForce supports your horse's peak performance so they're ready to dominate again. ProForce. Defend. Recover. Perform.
It comes in a process, a passion, a purpose, perspective on words that come through with the learning. Be true, be honest when it's hard and you're hurting. This is the start of your life. We aim higher. Hey!
Race and Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Well, let's take a look at that start order here for our first round of the $150,000 Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. Canadian Brady Mitchell will start it off with Sicario, owned by the Rain family. They were the champions in the Green Confirmation Hunter. Nick Hannes on the first of his two rides tonight is Blue Moment. Then we have Parker Peacock Jr. We'll see Irene Neuwirth, who was the WCHR Amateur Champion last year. Catherine Mercer was the Grand Champion Junior aboard Primrose, who'll be going fifth. And then we'll see Liza Tal Boyd, who has been a three-time winner of this class. Melissa Jacobs showing out of the amateurs. Luca Einsvig out of the junior divisions, and it's Lena Ramon, the professional, on Forcini. Ava Barnes, who is the junior challenge winner at Capital Challenge with this horse, Atlas, in 10th on a bye. Jeffrey Hesslink and Paisley Park, who has been one of the top horses in the performance division here, a performance hunter champion. Scott Stewart and Cadet, we saw him in our ones to watch, as we'll go to Jen Hannon with Prospero. Tory Colvin. This is the pick, Adico Blue PS, the pick of both Brian and Jen for the one to watch, the biggest one to watch, as the International Derby Finals champion here makes the 14th position. Parker Peacock qualified 2. She'll show 15th. Then we have Stella Prop out of the amateur division. Out of the junior division, Taylor Cawley with Bel Air. Junior rider Kenzie Smith with Call Me Cassie in the 18th spot. Brady Mitchell's second one, Samba. Then it's Nick Hannes and the horse we met in the ones to watch feature, Styled, showing 20th. JJ Toronto and Connect the Dots, El Boyd with Bugatti, both from the junior division. Sheila Motley and Way with Words out of the amateurs. Irene Neuwirth's Holland Park was in the 24th spot. Michael Britleone and Cannon Beach will show 25th. Then it's Chrissy Serio and Delancey. Amanda Steege with Lafitte Demuse, who's always been very tough right in the hunt of things here in this class for the past few seasons. And we'll see, she was a winner with Lafitte Demuse in 2021. Hunter K and Jack, Lena Ramond, and we'll see with Oslo and Greg Krolik. And those are your 30 in the start field. That's our anthem going here. Gwendolyn Haig there with the anthem tonight as we are moments away. 24 will go at the 3'6" height. And we'll see 4 at the 3'9" height and 2 showing at the 4-foot height. USHJ's Awards Corner, Gwendolyn Haig with the national anthem. We are moments away from the first horse here in our Palm Beach WCHR Peter Wetherill Memorial Spectacular. $150,000 purse here, the biggest purse in this class's history. Panels of judges are panel number 1, which is sitting on the gallery side of the ring. Furthest from the gate will be Alex Jane and Shane George. Panel 2, sitting on that side of the ring on the closest to the end gate, would be Mary Euphemia and Mary Lisa Leffler. And panel 3 scoring will be Rob Bielefeld and Tom Brennan. They are in front of the Modon International Club. First rider in, it is Sicario, Brady Mitchell for Rain Family LLC. They were out of the Green Confirmation Division. This is a 7-year-old warm blood gelding. Brady Mitchell, the rider, Canadian, been in the U.S. for about 14 years now. But the entry Sicario by Sandro Jr. out of H. Isley, who is by Balu Duraway. Owned by the Rain Family LLC out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Top hunters in their barn. Also top, they have the top young rider here. Just was the U25 leading rider in age out, Nina Malave, who has been doing quite well here in the jumpers. So they have winning hunters, winning jumpers in their stable. And here's Brady Mitchell with Sicario. Champion multiple times here this winter.
Brady won, I think, 2 out of the 4 confirmation classes this week. He's a beautiful rider. He does a lovely job. The horses all seem to really like him. The Rain family owns this horse. They've been huge supporters of our sport.
What I love is you see Brady taking his time with this horse and using as much ring as possible and getting him to relax. And I loved his entrance. I want to point that out. First horse in the ring, he took his time. He gave his horse a tour. He's doing a really good job getting this horse to take a breath in this ring, and it's a fantastic jumper.
Oh. It's always hard with the green horses because, like Oliver had mentioned earlier, it's a whole different vibe under the lights, and just looked like he had a little green moment there for a minute.
I think what you'll see too is Brady's going to do a really good job kind of pulling it back together and give this horse a fantastic ride. I mean, look at the way it just jumped that 2-stride. And I think that's really important for all of our viewers to really notice, or anybody looking to be or do this sport, is how us professionals handle moments where horses can be a little green or when we make mistakes. It's about how we finish after that and giving the horse the best ride possible, and he's doing a fantastic job at that.
Well, not the way Brady was envisioning his round to go, but again, that horse has so much quality and such a great future ahead of it.
We'll definitely see him here again in the future.
Well, the scores are coming in here for Sicario and Brady. Not really sure exactly what we got there, what happened. Just seemed like maybe a hair longer than the distance horse. Just not that. You know, like I said, with we talked about earlier, the green horses, it tends to just be a little, you know, they can get a little undone here. 25 from panel 1, a 30 from panel 2, and a 41 from panel 3 for a 32 average score. There'll be 3 scores. They'll be averaged. Top 12 will come back for the second round. They'll get another 3 scores. They'll be averaged. The 2 totals for each round, the 2 average scores will be averaged for an overall 2-round average over the competition here for our riders. And there is Nick Hannes, who the reigning professional hunter rider, world champion rider for the second time last year. Seemed very relaxed prior to going into the arena.
And Nick won this class in 2024 on a horse named McQueen. I think he's also won this class several times on the West Coast as well.
He has won the East Coast, the West Coast, and he has also won the one in Traverse City. He is not the new inaugural one that happened this year in Ocala, so he's going to have to go take that, and he'll be the only rider who's ever won every single one of them. And he's won the one in California multiple times. So I guess he's trying to get them to check something he's pointing out. But we'll see Nick Hannes. He's on Blue Moment, who is an 8-year-old gelding by Dominator 2000. Now we had to replace a rail there. By Dominator 2000 out of Cabrera, owned by First Blue LLC from Long Island. Nick, based out of Temecula, California, wintering for the entire season this year here in Wellington. First of his 2 rides, the reigning world champion professional rider, Nick Hannes, and Blue Moment. One of the buys that Nick had coming into our competition. Actually, I think he had more buys than he was allowed to ride horses for. So
That's not surprising.
Pro National Champion, which got him a buy. Reserve Champion. He was a champion at the Spectacular, one of the West Coast Spectacular, and the Pro Finals winner as well. So he actually had 4 buys. He could only bring 2 in. But nice for him is that he didn't have the pressure on him that the other riders did, and he could sit there and set his horses up for today, and pick the ones that he wanted. He thought were going the best, or best suited for the night. So.
And there's no better feeling than that. That was a beautiful ride. And this horse is absolutely gorgeous. It's got a beautiful canter. The First Blue group does an amazing job. Jenna Weinfurt, Haley Uinati, Megan Napick. I have nothing but great things to say about them. They do a lot of importing, and they do a fantastic job developing horses, and Nick's a fantastic rider, and this horse is amazing, as you can see.
It doesn't hurt that you have one of the best hunter riders of the last 20 years on its back, too.
For sure. And one thing to notice with Nick is he's so smooth and he's so soft, and he really gets the horses to jump their absolute best. And he does a good job kind of holding their hand around the ring and really guiding them and putting the, like almost putting the horse's feet exactly where he wants them. And I think that's really important to point out, and for all of us exhibitors to watch as we're watching this amazing class with these top riders, is kind of how they execute in their canter and their track.
He also can just pick up a gallop and just never change his canter the whole way around the ring. It's always so inspiring to watch.
Well, one of the amazing things, so many people go out and they warm up over 1 million jumps. He very rarely jumps more than 5 or 6 jumps before he goes in the ring.
It's amazing. He's having a great round.
That was a beautiful jump.
That was beautiful.
Now, Blue Moments and Nick Hannes bringing us the round. The scores will be coming in here in just a moment.
This horse has the best expression too, doesn't it?
I mean, perfect, actually. And then you kind of go back to that smoothness and the consistency that I talked about earlier. And that's really what you want to see in this ring. And and also a boldness, like confidence to the canter, and it is also a class about brilliance and showing off your horses, and he just did a fantastic job at that. I mean, we're going to see that a lot tonight for sure. I mean, anybody in this class has a shot to win it, and I guess we'll find out.
Waiting on the scores to come in here from our panel of judges. Again, the 8-year-old gelding by Dominator 2000. Nick will get 88, 87, and 87 for an 87.33. 87.33 for Blue Moment, Nick Hannes. Parker Peacock is in now. Aeronautic is her mount, qualified out of the older small junior hunters. Martin Schleppe, the owner, out of Greensboro, and Parker from Pfafftown, North Carolina.
Parker's a fantastic junior rider. I actually got to talk to her a little bit this past week in Ocala at the WEC Equitation Final. She actually won it. She's a beautiful rider, beautiful horse. She's such a nice kid. She really rides beautifully, so soft, so smooth. Her position is absolutely beautiful. And she's kind of doing a great job right now managing this horse's stride, helping him take a breath. It's a great ride.
I think this is Johnny Barker's horse, I think.
Yep. Martin Schleppe, who's with Johnny and Kitty Barker. Shows out of 8 Oaks. Parker was in the top 4 in the medal finals. Right up in all of the major equitation finals this year.
Horses also really tend to like her. She's so soft and smooth.
I also want to point out how well she's using her eyes over the top of the jump. It helps set up your track.
North Carolina.
Another look there at Parker.
Wow, he jumped that good. This is Irene Neuwirth. This is her horse, Scout's Honor. She's been bringing him along since he was a young horse. He's actually related to Guess Who, which was her previous superstar that she was champion on at Devon and indoors and the amateur owners before being sold to Jeffrey.
Parker had 82, 85, and 83 for an 83.33. 8-year-old gelding, the Holsteiner by Dorado. Irene now riding with Brian Goutal Marteau out of Brian Goutal LLC, was the leading WCHR amateur for the 3-6 division last year.
She's a beautiful rider. She's so accurate and actually just like a very pleasant person to see at the ring. She's always so nice and friendly.
And she is a very famous jewelry designer also.
She did a good job covering that up. She definitely told the horse exactly what she wanted out of him, and he gave it to her beautifully, and he jumped it actually fantastic.
They were the Grand Amateur Champions at Washington last year and Devon in 2024. One of two that she'll show with us tonight. Irene had 2 buys in this week with being the national amateur champion and as well the winner of the 3-6 challenge at Capital Challenge last year. Now we have 3 panels of judges that are 2 on one side of the ring and 1 on the International Club side. So they get to see it on all sides of the arena because you know, there isn't a perfect vantage point for every single jump. So somebody can catch every single angle. So you may see scores vary from our panels of judges because they can only give you a score based on what they see from where they are sitting. And Irene's scores are 80, 76, and 82, which will net her a 79.33 average. 79.33. Young lady who has had quite a week here has earlier today scored a 92 on this horse, earned herself the Younger Large Junior Hunter Championship. The Grand Junior Championship this week. Here is Catherine Mercer on the Frog Pond Stables Primrose.
I actually know this horse. When she first got imported, her first horse show was up in Lake Placid, and a student of mine, Sophie Steckbeck, she actually showed it in its first class in the States. And then it was purchased by Jamie Aletto, and I've loved this horse since the day it showed up. I mean, she has such a presence in the ring. She's a beautiful mover. She's an incredible jumper. She puts in an amazing effort every time. Kind of sad that we didn't buy her back then, but I mean, Catherine does an amazing job on her. I actually got to watch the 92 round, and it's so nice to see this horse out there being as successful as she is, because you saw it from the moment she came. That was done beautifully. A little rub earlier in the course.
Rides with Savannah Talcott and Scott Stewart. They were the 3-3 junior champion at Pennsylvania National in 2023.
That was well ridden. I think that's a hard oxer too. There's so much for the horses to look at there, and I think Catherine did such a good job keeping Prim's focus on the middle of that oxer. She gave her a great effort there.
What a beautiful match these two are.
If you want to follow along with the scoring, you can go to equestrianlive.com and click on, you'll see the live on the ring, or go to wellingtoninternational.com and click on the live scoring there. Either of them will bring you the scoring. You can see the individual judges' scores by putting the cursor over the rider's name as they come in.
That was beautifully done. This mare also has a beautiful expression and just looks so happy going around the ring. I happen to be a huge mare fan.
Catherine Mercer and Primrose wrapping up her efforts.
Thought overall it was very smooth, just a couple little rubs, but overall I thought she did a beautiful job.
scores for Catherine and Primrose: 77 from panel 1, an 84 from panel 2, and the panel in front of the Modon International Club scoring an 85 for an 82, and that goes into third at this point. Liza Boyd is in on the Hotchkiss Farm entry. MTM Crossed My Mind.
She looks like she wants to win the class right away, right off the bat. Bold. Nah, it's a shame that he swapped there, but I love that kind of ride to jump one if you're confident in your horse, and that definitely shows the judges you're trying to win today. And Liza's always trying to win. Not only is she consistently won, I think she won Derby finals 3 times in a row on Brunello, if not more. But she's always a contender, and not only that, she's the nicest human being. And
she's so nice, and she always has also a beautiful gallop and rides with such confidence. She won this class last year, I think, on Undine. She also won it back in 2010 on Brunello, and again in 2008 on Fiero. And actually, the first year they ever had this class in 1997, she was a junior, and she won on a horse called Monday Morning.
And she's a beautiful rider to watch too. For everybody at home, she's one to watch as far as your connection with your horse and your position as a hunter rider. She's so still. She's very calm and gets her horses to go so smooth.
That's the thing that's different between the hunters and the jumpers. If you have to make a correction, you have to make it flawlessly so they can't tell you're making the correction. Where the jumpers, you can pull on one a little harder. You can't do that here. You have to try and cover. You're trying to put the perfect picture out. You have to just cover it, cover any subtle moves you have to make. Oh, you can hear that loud yell. That is from Liza's father, Jack Towell. And I always said the way he screams, it sounds like somebody hit him in the foot with a hammer. But if you have a good round, let me tell you, he will put the biggest yell. You will know it's him.
He definitely has a very distinct whoop.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot to be proud of. He's a proud dad. I mean, I could watch Liza ride all day and talk to her and learn so much from her. Lucky I get to call her a friend.
Well, the 4-time winner of this class with scores of 79, 79, and 78 for a 78.66. 78.66. Go to our amateur rider now. Here is Melissa Jacobs from East Aurora, New York, on the Melissa Jacobs LLC-owned Chaplin, an 11-year-old Holsteiner gelding. Rides of Dave Belford and Chris Payne.
It's another gorgeous type. This horse is absolutely beautiful. His ears are pricked. He's definitely paying attention to everything in the ring right now, but in such a calm way. It's adorable. And she's doing a good job taking her time. And I mean, that's a beautiful, beautiful expression.
Beautiful picture. What a beautiful head on him, too.
I don't know about you, Jen, but what track would you take to jump one? I kind of like her track, but depending on the horse, I would maybe come from a little bit further away, but
I guess, it depends on the horse. I personally would probably come off the right lead, but I guess it all depends which one you're riding and if you want to land left or you have a good lead changer. Like myself, I'd probably be anxious and not want to give myself a whole lot of time to change my mind. This is lovely so far. Cute horse. Doing a beautiful job.
what I like is I see, as a trainer, I really focus a lot on how the riders kind of get their horses back after a jump, and she's doing an amazing job taking her time after every jump. You see her there just kind of taking a feel back with her horse and making sure she gets back to her rhythm that she started off on. and then it allows her to be so soft to the jump. Like right there, she's doing a really good job kind of making him stay out, taking her time, making sure that the ring doesn't speed her up. Really good job there. I think that's really important too in that line. That 2-stride can kind of make that 7 ride a little bit different depending on how your horse lands off of it, and she kind of knew right away where she was, and she measured that beautifully. And I think you'll see that throughout the class, that 7 will be ridden a little bit different by everybody depending on how their horse lands off that 2-stride.
What a beautiful job. Horse is just absolutely stunning.
Big
She looks
smile.
happy.
Yeah, big smile there on,
She should
on
be.
Melissa's face.
It looks like a horse I'd want to ride.
100%. If he's missing out of the stall, you'll know where to find him.
And I've never really seen her ride before, but she's a beautiful rider, so smooth, really connected with her horse. Beautiful position, and so soft too at the same time. And I really appreciate a rider who can be soft and connected and have good style around the ring in their position. I really
So 80 scores are in there: 85, 81, 86. That's an 84, which puts them on that average into second place. An 84 average score for Melissa Jacobs into second. Here's Luca Eitzvik. Out of New York, New York, CC Contador DWB is her mount. The 11-year-old gelding by Contendro out of Diana, owned by Evan Werner of Fort Worth, Texas. Luca winters here in Palm Beach, trained by Kyla McGlaughy out of Rosemont Farms.
Kyla's an amazing trainer. Luca does a fantastic job. They actually bought one of my ponies back in the day.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
And Luca is a twin. And their most perfect, simple horse in this world is what she says to describe her horse.
She's actually such a funny kid. She's done a couple under saddles for us for one of our kids that has multiples, and she has the best attitude and hardworking kid.
Also a straight A student at the Upper Echelon Academy.
And I've watched her kind of grow as a rider over the past couple of years, and I mean, I'd be a really proud mom or dad if she were my child. She's really worked hard at this, and it's so nice to see her out there in this class. She's very deserving of this, and as you can see, she's a good rider. She does a really good job trying to stay connected with her horse, and as I said earlier, taking her time after the jumps. Kyla is a fantastic trainer, and as you can see with how Luca's riding, this is such a beautiful horse, so consistent in its jump. Like there, she was aware that the horse landed a little bit on the left side of that 2-stride, and right away she followed up in the 7. I really liked how she did that.
She's also one of the funniest kids I think I've ever talked to. She's really funny. She's doing a great job out here.
I think you see her counting there. I love that. I love seeing your kid count
So
in that
cute.
line.
She should be so happy.
Absolutely.
That was great.
Well, she said just qualifying for the class tonight was a highlight of her show season so far.
Oh.
And I think she did more than that. She really performed quite well out there. You wouldn't have thought that she was nervous. She rode with confidence, and I think that's been instilled in her by Kyla. And Kyla does a fantastic job at getting her riders to be confident in what they're doing and really believe that they belong out there. And I think, as you saw, Luca definitely belonged out there tonight. And it's like a proud moment. I remember her as a little kid, so it's really nice seeing her out there.
The scores for Luca and CC Contador are coming in. Two of the 3 scores in so far. Nick Hannes and Blue Moment still leading the way on an 87.33. And Luca will score 7.5, 7.5, and 7.4 for a 74.66 score. 74, 6-6.
Good for her.
Now we have the professional rider out of Heritage Farm. Here's Lena Ramond. And Lexi Mountis is Forcini, qualified out of the Performance 3-6 division. The Warm Blood Gelding by for pleasure. She's worked at Heritage since 2007, had tricolors at Devon, Capital Challenge, Harrisburg, Washington, and the National Horse Show for Forcini. And also multiple championships with the owner Lexi Mountis in the younger 3-3 amateur owners.
This is always a pair to watch. Another one for every exhibitor watching to really pay attention to. Just her connection, how she uses her leg, her tracks. Like right now, she's picking up a little bit of pace to probably help her horse through the two-stride. They're definitely a pair to watch tonight. The canter is absolutely beautiful. She's got a great gallop, but in a slow way. She's not running the horse off its feet to kind of like be brilliant, and you see the slowness in the horse's step, but while still going forward, and it's beautiful to watch.
She is also, a fun fact, she is a marathon runner. She's run Boston, Chicago, I think the London Marathon. She has run almost every major marathon there is, and if they aren't, they're on her bucket list, and she will get them.
That's amazing.
You'll see her after the horse show day running in Wellington or on her day off.
I can't even imagine.
I can't. She works so hard, and I can't imagine having the energy to be that dedicated to running after my day, but good for her. I think Lexi was also champion this week in the 3-3 younger amateurs. That was beautiful.
That was really well done. Her tracks were gorgeous. Definitely the brilliance in the canter. I would think that would be a pretty high score based off of what I just watched, but I for sure want to see her later in the handy. Lena does a fantastic job with this horse in the handies. She definitely takes all the risks that the course designer allows or provides for us as riders.
$85,333 or average. Again, the scores for Lena 86, 86, 84 into second on an 85,33 average score for the round. Ava Barnes, we met in our pregame show in our Ones to Watch feature, and Ava is in on Atlas, the 11-year-old warm blood gelding by Carrera VDL. Out of First Beresco, Stephanie Ring, the owner, out of Mason, Ohio. Ava Barnes is aboard. Trains with Dave Belford and Chris Payne out of New Hope. Had a buy-in by qualifying and winning the WCHR Junior 3-6 Challenge at Capital Challenge last fall. He's the grand champion 15 and under junior hunter and the WCHR Junior 3-6 Challenge champion, as we said. Horse has been champion at Devon twice and won the Angelo Award for the best hunter style at Devon. Ava Barnes and Atlas. High score so far is an 87.33 from Nick Hannes and Blue Moment.
Dave and Chris do a great job. Their horses are always so well turned out, beautiful. All of them. It's like,
I know, they all look like they should be in a magazine.
yeah, I'm jealous.
I've always loved this horse. It just has such a rhythmical canter and great expression.
And she did a great job melting the end of that two-stride in. It was seamless. The horse didn't even have to change its canter in front of the jump. That's what you want to see, at least for me as an exhibitor, is that if it's even showing up a little bit deep, that you really melt it in and take your time and let your horse finish the jump. And she did a really good job finishing the in and then riding the out. I think that's important for us all to pay attention to. And she's taking her time everywhere, and it's so smooth. And she's doing a great job as a rider, making sure she gets her horse back after the jumps. I'm going to be talking about that a lot tonight. Especially in this big ring. The big ring like this tends to speed us up as riders, and it speeds the horses up. But she's doing a fantastic job kind of pulling it back together after each line or the long runs.
She has a beautiful position and just has a very natural feel to her.
I think consistently this last line has been 10
That was
strides.
beautiful.
And she really measured that quite well. I'm curious to know if maybe later on in the class people might consider doing 9 depending on the horse. I don't think it would matter from a judge's point of view. If you did 9 or 10, I think whatever shows your horse off the best. But for sure that's maybe a moment where you could show off a little brilliance.
You know, I'd be doing 10. Maybe 11. She did a beautiful job.
Yeah, she really did. That's an amazing horse. I mean, every horse in this class is going to be amazing. That's why they're in here, but...
Scores for Atlas and Ava are 87. Panel 2, closest to the gate on the gallery side of the ring, with an 80 and an 86.5 from panel 3, the panel in front of the Modon International Club. 84.50 into third place is the score for our rider. Here's Jeffrey Hesslink. Jeffrey is in on Paisley Park. Paisley Park is a 14-year-old Royal Dutch Warmblood gelding owned by Tracy Treese out of Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Champion this week in the 3-6 Performance Hunters. They were leading hunter rider. Jeffrey was at Harrisburg and at the Capital Challenge last year, a Grand Hunter champion at Capital Challenge, and the horse has done that the last 2 years consecutively. Jeffrey Hesslink here with Paisley Park, 11th horse in the order of the 24 at 3'6". We'll see.
Jeffrey and this horse have had a lot of success together. They're a beautiful match to watch. And this horse also does the younger children's hunters with Tracy Trickle. I probably am
Treese.
Treese, yep.
Jeffrey actually won USCT finals back as a junior too.
All the way back in 2014.
Oh, that rail came down really late.
That's a shame.
This horse's expression is absolutely gorgeous. Such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful type. And well turned out too. I mean, look at the shine.
Jeffrey won this class on Montresor in 2022. But tonight will not be his night with that rail early on.
I feel like his boots are always as shiny as his horses too. He himself is always very well turned out.
Definitely a stylist.
I think he won all the jumping classes this week in the performance.
Him and this horse are a beautiful match together.
Definitely Jeffrey's type.
And was this the horse that he also did in the Barron Hunter Classic? Didn't he ride this horse in that class?
I think so, yeah.
Yep. It was a cool class to win.
Oh, there's the 9. Oh, wow.
Oh, that was beautiful.
That was a good jump.
That was a really good jump.
Well, Jeffrey and Paisley Park finishing up their efforts. Hair of bad luck there with that early rail. Just hard rub behind, and it just plopped off towards the front. See that?
That was unfortunate. It was
45s
like
across
later.
the board for a 45 average for Jeffrey and Paisley Park. Scott Stewart in aboard Cadet. We met them in our pregame show in our Ones to Watch feature. 8-year-old Zangerscheid Gelding by Untouchable out of Villana, owned by Stephanie Donhockle, trained by Ken Berkeley out of River's Edge. Scott is more world professional hunter rider titles than any other rider, and he is a leading rider at Keppel Challenge, Harrisburg, Washington, the National, you name it, he's won it. In his career, this was the 3-3 Green Incentive Champion last year, and the Future Hunter Champion final winner. They're winning the North American Green Hunter 3-foot 3-3 Championships at Capital Challenge, and 3 times has been a 3-6 Green horse champion here this year, leading the circuit standings right now.
I think this might be one of my favorite horses to watch. Scott obviously does just such an amazing job and is one of the best there is.
Year in, year out, he's got a nice new one, and he produces 95% of them himself.
One thing to point out for sure is how he has such a brilliant canter, but the horse never looks like it's going fast.
Wow. This is Stephanie Donhockle's horse.
Hall of Famer Scott Stewart.
I love how he just used his eyes there. He had his eye on that 2-stride from 3 strides away from that end jump, and it definitely helps as a rider for you to be able to find the distance when you get your eye on it that early.
This horse is such an amazing jumper. I mean, Scott makes every horse jump amazing, but...
For sure. And I love how you see him taking his time there and really setting up this last line.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Well, will we have a challenger for that high score of 87.33 from Nick Hannes and Blue Moment that lead? Forsini and Lena Ramond right now in second. Atlas sits in third with junior rider Ava Barnes. That's funny. When you go over and you're shopping for horses in Europe, you walk into almost every big dealer's bar, or even the small dealers, and they all have a picture of Scott Stewart on a horse that they sold him. 89, 85.5, and 89, 87, 83 is the score for Scott, and that is your new leader by 0.5 of a point. They go to the top of the leaderboard now for Cadet. And Scott, that knocks Nick Hannes and Blue Moment to second, Lena Ramond and Atlas down into third. We see Prospero next. Jennifer Hannon is in on the Stephanie Bolger entry. Qualified out of the Green 3-6 division. 7-year-old Belgian warm blood gelding by Cassandra Venet Roosacker out of My Lady Belle Venet Roosacker.
She gave him a nice entrance and took her time there.
Sources dropped it gorgeous.
All of her horses are always turned out perfectly.
Actually, I think they had a grooms class last week, and she finished. Her grooms finished first, second, and third in the grooms class.
Yeah, they do an amazing job. Her and Colin.
Actually, my wife judged that class, and she said that they could tell you the breeding of the horse, everything the horse has won, where it came from, how long it's been in the country. The grooms took such an interest and knew everything about the horses.
I mean, and you can see it with how this horse has turned out. I love to hear that. when the whole team is invested in the horse and the performance of the horse and how they're turned out. Like, it is a huge part of it. None of us as riders win without our team behind us and the people who put in the work behind the scenes. I know for sure I wouldn't have had the success that I've had as a rider without the people who have helped me. I mean, there's so many to count at this point, and I'm very grateful to them, because without them, I wouldn't be able to win a class.
Oh, actually, first, second, third, and fourth in the grooms class.
And Jen's another amazing rider to watch, so soft. I mean, there was a little bobble right there, but she's going to pick it right back up and get the horse's focus right back. And depending on where the judges are sitting, and she handled it so quickly, you never know what they were able to see or not see. And I think in a class like this, you would forgive a horse of this, or just in general, forgive a horse for maybe playing a little bit or having a little expression during a lead change. I know I would. I don't think horses, I think horses should be able to kind of show off out in these rings, and that's the purpose of it.
It was beautiful.
She did a fantastic job. And I love how she's patting her horse right now. I mean, it just shows the connection that Jen has with her horses, and how grateful she is to them.
And she has a lot of success, and she is such a nice person.
And she manages her horses so well. I mean, you know, when you look at, she retired a horse last year, and it had shown up until it was 22, and it was still winning.
Yeah.
And it was still sound, but it was shown limited,
Yeah.
very limited. You know, and
I think that's a huge thing to point out too, right? To keep horses at their top level, they need time, you know, in the field, or even just time away from the show ring a little bit, but and not overwork them, but also make sure they still stay in the ring enough just to perform at the top level.
83, 81.5, and 80 for an 81.5 for Jen Hannon and her ride on Prospero. And now here's one that we talked about earlier. It is Deco Blue PS, 12-year-old Oldenburg gelding by Dorado's Boy out of Stuttgart 1, Shakatine. John and Stephanie Ingram LLC are the owners. Nashville, Tennessee. Tory Colvin from right here in Loxahatchee, Florida rides. The trainer is Tom Wright. This is a 5-time winner of this class. 3 times as a junior, twice as a pro. And one of our favorites here tonight, Deco Blue PS. Won the Derby final, International 100 Derby finals last year. And Tory had a fall on one of her other horses. Rode the handy round in probably a flawless ride with 3 cracked ribs. She is one tough cookie.
It's one of the most legendary things I think I've ever watched. I mean, just the grit that this girl has, and she stayed so calm, and you never knew for 1 second that she was in pain.
Yeah, they taped her up.
I was there right for that.
And she jumped about 2 or 3 jumps in the warm-up area and went in and nailed it.
And that was a beautiful gallop to that oxer, and she did it in such a slow way. It's so nice to watch Tory on a horse, and I mean, she's a magician. I remember her as a junior rider, all of a sudden, you know, in a rider swap and get on a horse named Fernway Park, who had a little bit of blood to him, and all of a sudden he went like a hunter. And she's had that ability ever since she was a kid, and she's such a pleasure to watch, and she's so extremely nice and grateful to her horses, and clearly the horses love her as a rider, and her style is beautiful. I mean, I have endless things to say about her.
I think she's like a female version of Rodney Jenkins. She can sit on anything and get amazing things out of it.
She found this horse in Ocala when he was doing the jumpers, and she developed him herself into the superstar he is now.
Well,
I mean,
that was absolutely beautiful.
See how she
that's
does.
A riding lesson.
Her former mentor is leading Scott Stewart with Cadet in 87-83. And let's see what the judges think of Deco Blue PS.
I think one thing really to point out with Tory is how soft she is, but also connected at the same time. Even though there's a little loop in her rein, you can see her kind of just slightly taking a feel of the horse's mouth, but I mean, that's talent right there.
Ooh,
And feel.
well, let me tell you, we're one score away coming in here, and we've got some big ones that are coming in.
And well-deserved, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, Tom.
96,
Oh, wow.
92, 96, 94, 6-6 is the score for Tory and Deco Blue PS, a 94-66.
That was incredible.
So Tory now in the lead. Scott Stewart with Cadet drops down to second. Nick Hannes and Blue Moment drop into third. Lena Ramonda out of the top three with Forsini down into fourth. So we continue on. Here is amateur rider Sheila Motley. She is in on Way with Words. Qualified out of the older 3-6 amateur owners. The 9-year-old Royal Dutch Warmblood Gelding by Quality out of Malibay de Pleville.
I have to say, I got to watch her ride a few times, actually. The last time I was down here in Wellington and actually this week. And I'm really impressed with her as a rider. She's very accurate, very well connected with her horse, and for sure controls the outcome. And when she places her horse almost perfectly every time, and it definitely can handle when the horse gets a little green on her.
He was a stallion up until about a year and a half ago.
She's a real rider.
She was champion in the National Horse Show last year, and her and Kelly have produced this horse together, and she's been a huge supporter of Kelly, and Kelly's done a beautiful job helping her bring this horse along.
Our Aunt Debbie Buchanan is in charge of the care of this horse. You can see, and Debbie always has the horses. Any horse under her control is always turned out to the nines. Party planner
handled
by
that beautifully.
profession. And she is a great party planner. If you're looking for somebody for a big function or a wedding or anything,
My
she's your
birthday's
girl.
next week.
There you go.
Shout out. Help me plan it.
Her husband's a chef.
You saw she just did 11 there, and I think the horse got a little bit away from her, and I think she made a really good choice there. And I think just depending on a judge or your opinion, kind of forgot where I was going with that. Sorry, guys. More saying, I think it really doesn't matter what number you do there as long as you do it right and you do it well and your horse puts in a good effort. I think for me as a judge, I'd love to see more of a 10 or a 9, but 11 also works. And
Looks like she did a nice job holding his hand and taking him around and giving him a nice confident ride.
74, 78, and a 75 or a 75.66 for amateur Sheila Motley and her ride on Way with Words.
How does she stay so little if her husband's a chef? That'd be huge.
Me too.
Next in is Lifestyle, Stella Prop, qualified out of the younger amateurs. She is on the 12-year-old Lifestyle, the Belgian-bred mare by Houdot, out of Reykjavik at Cohenberg, owned by Aquitaine Equine out of New York. Trains with Brian Goutal Marteau. She is a senior at Brown University studying English and philosophy.
It's so good to see Stella out here. I've known her since she was a little kid, back in the day when she rode with Joey Carias and the Pony Hunters. And her sisters, her parents, they're such great people and big supporters of this. And Brian Goutal now, who's a good friend of mine and obviously one of the world's best riders. And Stella's really developed nice as a rider. Her horses are obviously all of great quality, but Stella does an amazing job. Has a great feel. She always has, even as a kid. And I think you'll see that out here. She has a nice gallop. She definitely learned that from the ponies, and Brianne does a good job kind of like teaching her riders how to have that gallop, but also being smooth and soft. And I love right there, she took her time when the horse got a little bit quick after the 2-stride, and she almost made that invisible. She did it so well. She's got a nice gallop up to the Soxer. That was really well done.
Stella and her sister on Instagram always giving little tours and talk arounds of the horse shows and what they're doing and what their day was like. So you can follow Stella and Clara Prop on Instagram.
And I also love that they put a lot of time into their horses and they truly care about them. And I think that's a huge thing to point out, that, you know, these horses are friends. You know, at the end of the day, we love them, and I love to see riders of this caliber putting that amount of time into their horses and really developing that relationship outside of the ring. I think that's more important, actually, because then the horse wants to perform for you as a rider. I know for me it makes a huge difference. When I know my horse outside the ring, it only helps me more inside of the ring.
Oh yeah, she did the 9. That was nice.
I kind of like the 9 at the end of the day. I think if I was having a good round and I felt confident with my horse, I think I'd step up there at 9. I'm also a lefty, so I like a left bending line. But
Stella Prop with Lifestyle finishes up their effort. That was our 16th in the order. Another 8 at this height before we adjust for the 4 showing at 3'9". Tory Colvin and Deco Blue PS lead right now. Scott Stewart Cadet are second. Nick Hannes in third. Clara has scores of 86.5, 83, and 83.5 for an 84.33. And that will put them on 6 right now on the leaderboard at this point, into 6th place after we have seen 16.
And that little ribbon she's wearing on her jacket, is that the ones that they're wearing if they get a score of 90 or higher in any of the classes this week? I think it is.
Here is Taylor Colley. Taylor is on Ellsworth Sport Horses Bel Air. Large Junior 3-6, 16 to 17 qualifier. The 13-year-old Warm Blood Gelding. The Clay champion. Top equitation rider and always flawless flat work, has won the flat championship and the equitation and capital challenge twice in her career.
yeah, she's definitely one of the top junior riders in our country, not only in the hunter ring and the equitation ring, but also in the jumper ring.
She is deadly in the jumper ring.
Yeah, I mean, and I love to see a rider in all of the disciplines like her and kind of showcase that her style definitely plays a huge part in that.
Yeah.
And she's able to ride the hunter so smooth and calm, and then also go into the jumper ring and honestly be as smooth and still be really, really competitive, if not winning almost all the classes she goes in.
I remember when she was small pony champion at Capital Challenge, and they interviewed her, and she said, well, they said, what do you want to be? And she goes, I want to be like my mom. I'm going to be a Grand Prix rider.
That was a little deep there, but
she
she
goes,
did
my
a good
mom
job
won
with
the
her body.
American Gold Cup 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to win that.
And I don't blame her. Her mom is an amazing rider. Not only that, an amazing human being. So nice. And
Father Chris is also a horseman. Her grandmother was a great rider, now a judge, a trainer.
This horse is adorable. That was a beautiful jump. It was too bad about the one oxer. Just got there a little too deep. This horse just looks so beautiful too without the martingale, with its ears pricked forward. It's lovely type. Oh, that was a beautiful last jump. He's a beautiful rider. Horse is so pretty.
So pretty. how in the middle she was of that jump. I love when they slow it down and you see the rider just so in the middle of their horse. I'm a big proponent on position and style. I think it's played a huge role in my riding, and I think it really helps the horses go their best. It's how we speak to the horses. At the end of the day, it's through our aids and our ability to kind of like communicate with them. If you do that with good position, then it's easier for the horse to kind of know what you're asking out of them.
70, 74, and 82.5 for 75.5 was the score for Taylor. And we'll go to Kenzie Smith, another of the up-and-coming top young junior riders. She's on Call Me Cassie, an 8-year-old Holsteiner mare by Cascadello. Ashland Farms are the owners. Kenzie out of Shoreham, New York. Trains with Ken and Emily Smith.
That was adorable.
She was a Pony Medal Finals Reserve Champion in 2025. Harrisburg Best Junior Rider in the 3-3. Grand Pony Hunter Champion at Capital Challenge. Winner of the Challenge class. Qualified for the WEF Equitation Championship and overall currently leading the Pony Hunter Rider for WEF this year.
I remember her when she was 8 years old, I think. I could be wrong. Her mom is also a trainer, and they do a fantastic job. But she was, I think, 8 years old, and I was watching at Marshall and Sterling Finals up in New York, and I saw her on a horse. She was the littlest thing, and I was so impressed with her as a rider. She rode fantastic and was doing the Children's Hunters, and I couldn't believe it. And she's developed beautifully as a rider. I mean, very talented, hardworking kid.
She's a hardworking kid. She is always buzzing around from ring to ring and pony ring and hunter ring and back and forth.
So cool to see her out here all these years later. I mean, she's still young too, and she's got great style. I mean, her leg doesn't move at all. She did a good job handling that. Unfortunately, the horse stepped off the lead there, but I mean, that's kind of what happens here in these classes. There's so much for these horses to look at.
And so much space, they don't know if they're going straight or left or right. There's just all this room. She did a good job correcting it quickly, though. This horse is adorable. Good
She
for her.
has a bright future. For sure, we'll be seeing her out in this class for years to come.
Yep. Probably winning it as a junior.
Very, very possible for her.
Well, the scores will be coming in here for Kenzie, as again we have Tory Colvin leading with Deco Blue PS, Cadet Scott Stewart sitting in second, Blue Moment Nick Hannes sitting in third. As the scores come in, one more score we're waiting on. 76, 75 and a half, and a 68 for a 73.16. Down to 6 left to go in this height before we take our first adjustment. And it is Samba, the second ride for Brady Mitchell. Second entry from Rain Family LLC of Raleigh, North Carolina, the trainer Adam Graham. Qualified out of the Green Confirmation Hunters. Second in the National Derby at WEC Ocala, Reserve Champion in the 3-6 Greens at WEF 2. 8-year-old Swedish warm blood gelding, Samba, Brady Mitchell.
Nice to see that Brady has the second one in this class too. It's always hard to go first, but especially on these young greener types. He had some great rounds in this ring this week in the confirmation with this horse.
Obviously, Brady's a fantastic rider. He's a funny person. He's so nice, and you'll see he's going to do a fantastic job on this horse. I watched it go the last time I was here in the International Derby, and it was a pleasure to watch. This horse has got a beautiful style, beautiful canter, and I think you see that. And Brady does a really good job showing off this horse, and he definitely knows him really well. There's such a calmness to Brady's ride, which I love. He never looks like he's rushed, and he's almost one with the horse every step of the way. I really appreciate that as a rider.
I always think that the great honor riders make it so you don't watch them, you're just watching the horse. It's like they're one. It's not, there's no distraction.
Yeah, I think that's a huge thing that you just said. As a rider, you never want to distract anybody, the exhibitors, the judges, from the horse. You want to add to the picture of the horse. You never want to take away from it. And I think obviously a lot of these riders tonight do a fantastic job kind of becoming one with their horse.
It's having a really nice round. A beautiful last jump.
Oh, there we go for Brady.
Good for him.
The luck, if you're going to have the bad luck, you might as well get all out on that first horse.
Yep.
Absolutely.
He came back strong.
Brady's another one who does a fantastic job in the handy, so hopefully he'll be in there.
And he's genuinely just like so nice.
Yeah.
Like you get out of your golf cart and you see Brady and you're like genuinely excited to have a conversation with him.
We'll wait the scores coming in from our 3 panels of judges.
And you also can tell that by how the horses respond to him. I mean, they all love him.
They do.
And they all want to perform for him. And
81, 83 and a half, and an 85.5 for an 83.33 score. 83.33 for their average score. That will put them right now into 9th place. And here is Nick Hannes, our professional world champion hunter rider, and this is the horse that you met in the Ones to Watch feature leading into our class. He is aboard Styled, the 10-year-old warm blood gelding by Dutch Capital out of Evita, owned by Caroline Freeman Equestrian LLC. Nick Hannes. Yeah, we said he received 4 buys into this class. Actually, 5 buys into this class.
It's amazing.
So you can only pick 2 horses, but for him, he knew who he was going to ride in this class from the start and just focused on preparing them. Didn't have to focus on winning in the division if it didn't happen. He just wanted to get them set up perfectly for tonight. He sits in 3rd on Blue Moment, his first horse.
I think, again, one thing to point out about Nick is the smoothness. He never looks rushed.
No,
He does
so
a really
soft.
good job at letting the horse finish its jump and having them take their time off the ground. And again, back to my point of like riding after your jumps, like he did a really good job after that 5, getting his horse back together so that he could be smooth and flow up to that 2 stride. I think as young riders, you should really be paying attention to that. And how these professionals and juniors and amateurs, all kind of how they execute after their jumps and their lines.
You know, like watching this class is like a free master's class in riding.
Absolutely. I've learned more as a rider on the ground than I ever have almost in the saddle, and learning from all the professionals around me. I've been very fortunate, and I think we all have, but being able to watch classes like this was a huge, huge benefit to me as a rider and helped my training. You know, you learn so much from watching a rider's hands, their leg, seeing how a horse responds to the rider, and how the rider can get their horse to respond to them. You know, especially in moments that maybe it's not the easiest, or when a horse is a little fresh, and watching how riders handle it, or riders of this caliber handle those moments, is a big thing.
I think one of the interesting things is to go out and sit and watch the warm-up area. whether it's the international riders or the hunter
was really
riders,
well
and see
done.
what they're doing.
Yeah, and I think there's a great example. He just did 9 there, and he did it beautifully. You almost could have thought he did 10. It looked effortless. And I love that he just did the 9. And I think that's knowing your horse, right? Some horses, for sure, the 10's the better option. And I think with this horse, Nick had such a nice gallop. And I think he trusted the horse's step to be able to walk right up there in 9. He stayed a little direct. Got there with no problem. And it made it match almost look like he did 10, which is exactly how it should be done.
He's been very consistent with this horse in the 3-6 greens this season. Watched him do a bunch of rounds.
Scores in for Carolyn Pretty Equestrian, that's styled and McManus and
Well, the scores are in 88.5, 88 and 90. They'll go into second on an 88-83.
And the smoothest stroke on that score.
For Nick and Styled. So Deco Blue at PS and Tory leads. Styled and Nick Hanna second. Scott Stewart and Cadet are in third, and Blue Moment and Nick in fourth right now. The professionals sit at the top of the leaderboard. But here is a young rider, and he is one of the top young riders out right now. Won the Maclay Finals in 2025, 2024. He won the medal finals, the youngest rider ever to do that. And here is JJ Toronto on Connect the Dots, a 10-year-old Royal Dutch Warmblood gelding by Leandro VG out of Casquilla, owned by VBK Equine LLC, qualified out of the younger large junior hunters. And JJ is back. He had a bad fall in the National Grand Prix about, I think, WEF2. Broke his collarbone, had surgery, and this is his first show back since then. And he's got one of his into tonight. Showing in the U25 out on the Derby field this week also.
JJ is another top talent. His father obviously is a really well-known judge, rider, Grand Prix rider, hunter rider. I mean, you name it.
Mother was a great
fantastic rider. Some of the nicest people out there. Danielle is, I love seeing Danielle every day, like every time I come down here. But I'm pretty sure my mentor, Emil Spadone, or one of my mentors, I imported this horse and he sold it to Nicole Bourgeois in California, and then Jimmy, I think somehow, some way, ended up seeing it, and now they have it, and they've done a fantastic job with this horse. I've gotten to watch it a few times down here, and it's so beautiful, and JJ rides it amazing. Another one I would want to ride. I mean, the canter is just looks so smooth, and the horse just has such a great expression and a confidence to its canter, and JJ does a fantastic job.
15 years old, turned 16 this year.
Yeah, and you would never know it with how he rides. He rides like a true professional.
And he can ride anything.
Anything. And he's such a nice kid too, and there's nobody who knows more about this sport than JJ. I mean, he studies it all day, all night.
He's walking the courses since the time he was about 10 with whoever, McLean Ward or whatever rider, he would follow them around and ask questions. And
for sure.
Yeah.
And I've gone to dinner with, him and his dad a lot. And I mean, they're always watching videos. He's watching live feed in Europe and watching the Grand Prix there. And you ask him about a horse or a rider in any division, hunters, equitation, jumpers, international, he knows the answer. He knows the horse. He's watched the videos. And I love to see that out of a kid. He really is dedicated to this, not only in the ring and not only just when he's riding the horses. He lives this life, and there's nobody more deserving.
He wants it. I mean, when he broke his collarbone, they said,
That was beautiful.
you can be out for 8 weeks or more and not have surgery. And he goes, and how long surgery? They said 4 weeks. He said, surgery?
Yeah.
He's like, I want to be back riding. I'm not messing this out.
No.
And it was his decision. He was not pushed into doing it.
I think that's a huge thing to take note of.
He wanted to be in here doing this. He could not sit on the sidelines with the horses he had. And he
right. And even when he was sitting on the sidelines, I bet you he
was
watching
here
videos,
watching all day long.
studying.
Yeah.
I mean, and it shows in his riding. I think if you want to be great at this, you have to put the time in, not only when you're being told to ride or in your lessons. You got to do it every day, every night.
Good for him. That was beautiful. Valerie Coleman is the woman that has this horse. She's only had him a couple of months, and Jimmy said he takes great care of her, and he's a perfect adult horse.
I wouldn't mind owning that one.
No.
The scores are 86.75, 85.75, and an 84.5 for an 85.66 score. He goes into fifth right now. 85.66 goes into fifth. And we've seen her mother already. Here is Elle Boyd. Elle is on Bugatti, the 10-year-old gelding owned by Liddy Strickland.
Very cute horse. Does him in the junior hunters.
She's developing beautifully as a rider. I just watched her in the Wet Cup and in a couple equitation classes just this past week in Ocala. And I'm really impressed. She has come a long way in a short time. I mean, she's obviously been riding her whole life, but all of a sudden she sprouted up, and I'm definitely taking notice of her as a rider. Her style is beautiful. I mean, look at her heels. You literally can see the bottom of her boots. She's got such quiet hands and such a still position in the air of the jump. And I love seeing that out of a young rider. And again, by stride 3 after every jump, she's already back connected with her horse. The horse looks like it's on the same canter. I mean, she definitely is going to give her mom a run for her money one day, if not even tonight. She's doing a fantastic job. I'm sure Liza's beyond proud of her. And Jack.
They were champions this week in the younger junior hunters. And
she rode that gorgeous. So
or actually the older large junior hunters. Champion went 4 with this in the older large juniors. Mom also shows this horse.
Her timing with her eyes is perfect. The second her horse's feet come off the ground, her eyes shift over to the next jump, and I love seeing that out of a rider, not only a young rider, even a professional. I think it's one of the most important aids we have as a rider is our eyes. I mean, the leg is obviously the first and foremost, the most important one, but I really do consider my eyes the second most important aid. I mean, I gotta say
that was so
really
sweet.
good.
Oh, look at her smiling.
That was really, really.
You can hear Jack. He is psyched.
You can hear Grandpa.
Yeah. Liza is cheering louder for her. No, that was amazing. I'm really impressed with this kid.
Elle Boyd and Bugatti finishing up their work.
What a lovely horse, too.
Oh my God, it's adorable.
Riding for Liddy Strickland.
I love the slow-mo there.
Mm-hmm.
Such quiet hands, too.
Look at her with the big smile leaving the ground. That's so cute.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot to be happy about right
yeah,
there.
100%.
Hopefully the judges reward her.
Now our scores are coming in. Two more to go at this height. 87.5 from panel 1, 82.75 from panel 2, and an 86.75 from panel 3 for an 85.66. That will go in a tie with JJ for 5th place right now.
Wow.
Actually, with the tiebreaker, they go into 5th, dropping JJ down into 6th with the higher tie-breaking score. But here is Parker Peacock on her second ride. This is Meaningful. Meaningful, owned by Emma Vandenhouten, qualified out of the older small juniors. A 13-year-old Oldenburg gelding by Al Moretto. Reserve champion this week. They were champions WEF 3. Trained by Kelly Farmer and out of her Lane Change farm. Horse has a lot of Derby wins with Kelly Farmer riding. Was also a reserve champion in the small juniors in 2024 at Devon.
Just has such beautiful soft hands too.
I think she's definitely one of my favorites this year to win finals. Such a pleasure to watch. She always has a beautiful canter and a nice gallop with her horses, even in the equitation ring.
I think she was second in the medal finals
She
this year
was on
behind Olivia.
top. Yeah, she was on top, I think, after the second round. But regardless, second's amazing. And then obviously winning the WEC Cup this year in Ocala.
Yeah.
I mean, Parker definitely is one to watch this year without question in any ring.
Right to jumper as well too.
Yes.
Good for her. That was nice. Kelly sounds happy. A little earplug malfunction at the beginning here, but it looks like he sorted it out as the round went on.
Parker's scores coming in. 87.75, 80.5, and an 88 for an 85.41 goes into 7th place. 85.41 into 7th place.
You see there's been pretty consistently a big gap in Judge 2's scores from Judge 1 and 3, so they must be sitting in a place where
they're in the position on the gallery side closest to the gate. So
they must have a different viewpoint than the other judges have.
Here is Holland Park and Irene Neuwirth with her second ride out of Los Angeles, California. Champion in the 3-3 amateurs at Devon last year, moved up to the 3-6 this year. Third show at 3-6. They make their way right into tonight's class. She had buys coming in by virtue, 2 buys by virtue of being the national champion and also winning the amateur challenge at Capital Challenge, earning 2 buys into tonight's class from her performances in 2025.
She's off to a nice strong start here. She actually imported this horse from Germany and produced it herself. It's having a lovely round.
Yeah, she does a fantastic job. Another rider with quiet hands. You can see that she really focuses on keeping a good connection with her horse, which I love in a ring like this under the lights. Horses definitely need you to hold their hand a little bit. Sometimes us as riders need them to hold our hand a little bit too. Like there, a little expression.
Excited through the change.
She handled that beautifully.
She did. I think every horse that's landed left there and has had to do a change has played a little bit through it. That was beautifully done. Really well ridden.
Her last jump was her best jump. And that just shows a lot as a rider that you did a really good job out there getting a horse to take a breath and relax. And from start to finish, I love to see that. And I don't know, even for me as a rider, I want my horse to finish better than they started. And she definitely did that. I mean, that last jump was beautiful.
She had a little hind rub coming into that outside line too. Your shad belly is beautiful.
83.5, 77.5, and a 77. The scores for 79.33, and we're adjusting now for our 3'9" height here, as we'll see 4 at the 3'9" height, and then we'll make one more adjustment up for the 2 at 4 feet. So going into that break, we have the scores. Leading the way is Tory Colvin with Deco Blue PS on a 94.66. Nick Hannes on an 88.83. With Styled in second. Cadet Scott Stewart on an 87.83, 1 point back in third. Nick and Blue Moment are a 1.5 back of that, and they sit in fourth. Bugatti and L. Boyd, the junior rider, sits in fifth, and then it's Connect the Dots and JJ Toronto. They are both on 85.66. Junior rider Parker Peacock in seventh, and then it's Lena Ramond, Orsini, and Atlas and Ava Barnes in ninth. Stella Prop and Lifestyle, amateur rider in 10th. Amateur rider Melissa Jacobs and Chaplin in 11th, and Parker Peacock with Aeronautic sits in 12th. Those are the 12 right now, with 6 rounds left that are sitting at this point qualified for our second round, the handy round, which will be taking place next. Our all-star ring crew there, led by Lefty Gomez, who is, again, as we make the adjustment, Megan Rollins, our course designer here of these beautiful fences at Wellington International.
The course does look absolutely beautiful. She did a beautiful job decorating it, and it's a nice inviting course for the horses and the riders.
The fox end fence. Maintaining the footing as well. We're trying to do a quick turnaround here between these height adjustments. Our first rider in the second round is out, just making those final presentations here to the warm-up. Our technical coordinator there, JP Bordlow, taking a look out towards the warm-up ring. And the railroad gate heads up as our first rider here in the 3'9" height is making their way out.
4 to see the 3'9" height, 2 is that 4-foot height, and bring back the top 12 scores in the first quarter. We're calling our winner of our 2026 on the Hunter Spectacular.
There is Megan Rollins, the course designer here, making a quick check about the track, making sure everything is set in position, ready to go. And trotting in, we pick up here with the first of 4 at the 3'9" height. Here's Michael Britleon out of Alpharetta, Georgia, on Kelly Sims entry Cannon Beach. 9-year-old Danish Warmblood Gelding by Cantorano out of Clio VH. Qualified in out of the 3'9" Green Hunters.
I think he was also champion in the high performance hunters this week too on this horse. Kelly Sims is the owner.
Kelly been a big supporter of equestrian sports, Derby finals, Capital Challenge. Always a nice supporter here. And off they go. Here's Michael Britleon, Cannon Beach, first of our 6 left in round number 1. All chasing Deco Blue PS and Tory Colvin.
That was a beautiful ride to jump on. Michael's another great rider. Such quiet hands, still body, really great style over the top of the jump, and definitely encourages his horses to jump their best and go their best.
We've gotten to know Michael pretty well this circuit, and not only is he unbelievably talented and has a great team behind him, he's also a super, super nice guy. Very funny.
Yeah, and he's a fantastic trainer, not only for his riders, but for his horses. And he's developing another young professional, Ryan Kenny, who also is really coming up the ranks. Fantastic rider.
Also a super nice guy, hard-working team.
That was one of the best rides to that Oxer,
Yeah, that
and
was
that
a
horse
beautiful
showed that
jump.
off beautifully. Michael's looking slim and trim these
He
days.
is
He's worked
looking
really
slim and
hard.
trim.
He said he never did. He goes, God, riding's so much easier, he said to me earlier today. Yeah, losing a little weight makes this whole thing a lot easier.
For sure it does. I know that. I was once about, I don't even know what I weighed, but I was a big boy, and it definitely makes a huge difference.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know,
That was beautifully written.
Not that he was a bad rider, he was a world champion,
For
so
sure.
former world
Fantastic
champion
rider
hunter
still.
rider. So it just
It helps us stay on that,
yeah.
I can tell you.
Yeah.
This horse was also grand champion at Harrisburg in the 3-6 greens, and Michael was the leading rider there. That was brilliant. You can hear Ryan's whoop.
There you go. Look, big
get a
smile
big
from
smile.
Michael.
Good for him.
And a big pat for his horse. Love to see that.
His horse has showed 5 times the circuit and was champion all 5 times. And Kelly's giving Michael the time to develop this horse, and he'll let her know when he's ready to hand the reins over, and she loves watching him develop him.
Well, the scores are 93,
yes, Michael.
90, and 92, and 91.66. There's your new second place right now.
Not
Tory
surprised
Colvin
at all.
leads. Michael will slip into second with Cannon
Good
Beach.
for him.
McCannis drops down into third, and Scott Stewart with Cadet drops down into fourth.
That was a solid
Deep breath
study.
now. Okay, we got this. Michael's also a very good handy rider, so he is assured of a position here in the second round.
We're definitely going to have a fun Andy. I'm
yes.
excited to watch it personally.
Well, there
I
is a
love
little
Andy's.
feature in honor of Valentine's Day that Megan Rollins has put in, the heart-shaped pen that we'll see. Here is Chrissy Serio on Christine Capano's Delancey, qualified out of the High Performance Confirmation, the 10-year-old Royal Dutch Warm Blood gelding by Milord Cathargo.
I actually got to help Chrissy a little bit this summer at Derby finals in Kentucky. Her mom also trains Jen next to me. And what a great group. I mean, Louise is obviously a legend. She's one of the best hunter riders of all time. But Chrissy on her own is also a fantastic hunter rider. Her horses all really go beautifully for her.
Your mom was a 2-time winner of this class.
I'll never forget that round on Castle Rock. God, I don't even know how old I was, but such a beautiful round. That horse went amazing, and I love seeing Chrissy out here. She really works hard, and she's a good rider.
She's funny. I saw her earlier, and she's definitely nervous to do the class, but was really, really excited for the opportunity. And these customers have been great customers, and the mom rides and the daughter rides, and they're a super nice family. That was a beautiful ride there.
Yeah, that was.
She's been working hard, paying her dues, and really kind of coming into her own over the last couple of seasons.
She really has.
She really has, and I think that's a huge point that you just made, Oliver. Oh.
Oh shoot, I think maybe she forgot.
I mean, either way, at the end of the day, I think what you're going to see is, even though that just happened, and I think all riders should watch this, she's going to finish this course beautifully and still give this horse a great ride. I mean, that happens to us all. This is a big ring. You can get distracted easily, but
She puts an enormous amount of pressure on herself.
It's kind of hard to, you know, when your mom is one of the best to do this.
That was a beautiful
But
ride.
at the end of the day,
And
we're
now
all,
you're taking over for her. Yeah.
For sure, and we're all different, right? I mean, Chrissy in her own right is a top rider, and I mean, she has nothing to prove to anybody. She's worked really hard at this her whole life, and it shows in her riding and how she's finishing this course. I mean, it's so fun helping her. You tell her what to do, and she's right on it.
It's beautiful.
That's a huge thing. It's a beautiful ride. It's a great horse. And look at her smiling, patting her horse. I think, you know, at the end of the day.
Shy of the circle. I mean.
That was beautiful.
Beautiful.
Top riding. And I think what I love is you see the smile at the end there, and she's so proud of her horse. And she should be proud of herself, too. I mean, she's going to be in this class for many, many years to come. And I'm excited to hopefully get to be a part of it.
It's a lovely new horse.
Unfortunately, 40's across the board there with that circle for Chrissy and Delancey.
Now Chrissy got to get her first time out of the way out here, so next year she'll...
Broker made.
Exactly.
So we go to first of two left at this height. Here is Lafitte Demuse and Amanda Steege with Cheryl Olston's entry. The 15-year-old Belgian Bride gelding by Darko out of Everly Chin de la Palme. Former winner of this class in 2021. Won the Pro Challenge at Capital Challenge, and they had a buy into tonight for that. And one of the top horses of the past 6 or 7 seasons now since they paid on.
Yeah, I mean, this partnership is always a contender in any class they walk into. I love Amanda. She's another amazing exhibitor here at the horse show. She's always talking with everybody, and she's so nice, and she loves her horse, and I think that's huge. You know, and you see that partnership that she has with him in the ring, and that's developed outside the ring. And she's got such a nice gallop right now, and I mean, this horse's his jumping style is, I mean, picture perfect. I mean, and again, her style of riding, look at her heels. You can see the bottom of her boots. Her hands are so still, and they're always working together. You never see one hand working more than the other, and she does a really good job kind of communicating with her horse through her aids. I mean, look how still her arms are. They're invisible. I think that's something that as a rider you want to try to be as invisible up there, and Oliver, you pointed that out earlier, and that really starts with having your hands stay still and letting your elbows be soft, and that all comes from a steady leg and your foundation in your heel. And look at how this horse jumps, because she allows the horse to jump up to her, and she's so straight there, so when the horse landed left it didn't look discombobulated because she stayed in the middle of her horse. And for me as a person watching, I don't mind if the horse doesn't land the right lead, as long as you're in the middle and it doesn't look like you're off to the right trying to get the right lead when then the horse lands left. Amanda does a great job at that.
And she's had so much success with this horse, and it's been such a beautiful partnership to watch over the years. Thought about getting excited when the crowd was cheering for him.
Yeah,
she was like, "No, Lafitte."
That has been the only downside. Like when the crowd cheers, you know, I guess Lafitte has got to be getting used to the cheering by now. Every once in a while, they'll cheer, and he'll kind of scoot out from under her a little bit. And you see, she gets a little relieved breath. All right, we got through round 1. We're good. So
that was beautiful last jump. She's such a horsewoman.
Let's see how the scores come in for Amanda here. One more at this height, and then we'll go for our 2 showing at the 4-foot height. 92, 93, 91 for a 92 average. That's your new second place right now. So Tory still leads on a 94.66 with a 92. Amanda and Lafitte Demuse in second. Michael Brett Leone just fractions behind that on a 91.66 in third. Then Nick Hannes with Styled, Scott Stewart and Cadet, and Nick with Blue Moment. Those are the top 6. Here is Hunter K. He was the high-scoring developing pro rider, earning an 88 with this horse out of the 3-9 greens. This is Jack. Kate Urquhart is the owner of this 10-year-old Belgian bred gelding by Macedo Van Ellaoff out of Cartagena, Indias Equine. Rides with Danny Robertshaw and Ron Dana out of Beaver River Farm. And the highest scoring developing pro rider here this week with that score 88 they earned in the 3-9 greens. I think he won, maybe this year or last year, he won one of the rounds in the incentive, or was very high up. And I can't remember if it was the tier 1 or the tier 2, but has always been right on it.
He's a beautiful rider. He's had a lot of success this season too on a lot of different horses and a lot of different divisions, the greens and 3-9 greens and 3-foot greens. And
that was another great ride to that Oxer. I love seeing a rider be a little bold there and hunt down to that, and his horse jumped in great style.
That was a beautiful jump.
And he's had the tutelage of one of the great hunter riders of all time, Hall of Famer Danny Robertshaw.
Yep.
Another rider with great style and quiet hands. And
wow, did that beautifully.
And again, you see him taking his time after the jumps and putting his horse back together, and he's got a nice gallop. You see the horse is going a little wide here. Good for him.
Good for him. That was a very solid round. Very consistent.
Well, Hunter K and Jack complete their first performance here on this Saturday night. First time qualifier. And scores, one more score to come in. 84, 84 and a half, and an 81 for an 83.16. They'll go into 16th on the leaderboard, not making the top 12 tonight. But now we have to make that adjustment up to the 4-foot height. See our all-star ring crew here.
They're fast.
Yeah, they're
really fast.
Quite a lot of material to move around here on this track. Lefty measuring the fences there, who runs the crew here in the international ring. Guy's been working so hard all week, all season really.
Yep.
I'm adjusting the distances there. Two more to go, and that is at the 4-foot height.
I think the other thing too, just for learning, and I think I loved going out there and setting courses as a kid and trying to learn from any of the course designers, and you see that they're moving the outs of the lines out, and as the jump goes up, the lines get a little bit longer also because the horses land a little further from the jumps as the jump gets bigger. I mean, they did a beautiful job tonight with this course. The jumps all absolutely beautiful. I love that swoop wall.
It's so pretty.
Unfortunately, in my career, most of my horses tend to not want to jump that the best.
But it looks great.
It looks beautiful. For sure, that's like the bogey jump for me. But, I mean, looks-wise, it's beautiful.
And I love that they had it in, that not only did they have it in the international ring all week, but they actually had that a similar jump, if not the same, in the Grand Hunter this week as well. Like they really
They
did a nice.
introduced it to the horses,
Yes.
which is nice.
Yeah. I think they just made such a point to make all the rings so decorative and so nice for the special week.
Yeah. And I think the course is also really inviting for the horses in an atmosphere like this. I think you see, I mean, there's a couple jumps out there. Obviously, they haven't jumped in this round that are in the handy, and they definitely have maybe a little more presence to them. But I think for the first round, the course designer did a fantastic job making it very inviting for these horses and riders. And while it still looks beautiful,
Yep.
definitely looks like a course I'd like to go out and compete with.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're tuning in and missing the jumpers and saying, what happened to the striped rails? Well, you can watch them tomorrow out on the Derby field. The Grand Prix, IDA Development Grand Prix, will kick off at around 12:30 and the pre-show there. And the Brain Juice U25 Grand Prix starts at 9 o'clock. Then there's a National Grand Prix out there as well that will go about 2:50 ballpark, give or take, here on the schedule for tomorrow. That is out on the Derby field. Again, the Hunters have taken over the International Ring, and you will not see a striped rail in here for the next pretty much 24 hours or all week here, and then we'll be back to jumpers here next week. So making those final touches, there's Megan Rollins, our course designer from Victoria, BC, who is, again, joining us this year. We have a total of 2 left to go in round number 1. The cutoff score is Stella Prop and Lifestyles 84.33 right now. Oh, getting the thumbs up there from our course designer that we are set to go. And here comes Lena Rahman back on Lexi Maunus's horse. She is sitting at this point in 10th on Forsini, so she is guaranteed to have that horse into round number 2, but she would love to get 2 in, and she is now in on Oslo, qualified out of the high performance division. The 13-year-old Belgian bred gelding by Vagabond de la Pomme. Lexi hails from Greenwich, or Brookfield, Connecticut, and the owner from Greenwich, Connecticut, Lexi Maunus. Here's Lena Rahman with Oslo.
I think one thing I want to point out too is you saw Lena take her time there. She came into the ring. She definitely let her horse walk a little further into the ring than a lot of the other riders have. But I also liked how right from the jump she was prepared to horse show. She had a feel of her horse's mouth, and she had his attention to also hold his hand right from the jump. And you see she's taking a little more time in her entrance, which I love personally. I would also be doing that if I were her, or if I were out there. And I think it's important for every rider to know this, that when you're standing at the end gate, that you're ready to walk in the ring, and you're focused, and your horse is prepared, and your reins are at the right length, that your collar's already done, and you're not unprepared to walk in the ring, or you're walking in the ring on a loopy rein, and your horse maybe starts to look around. Like, you've got to be ready to walk in that ring, and I think Lena just did a really good job showing that. I think you see it now. The horse looks like it's taking a little bit of a breath. I mean, that was a fantastic jump. And it's also knowing your horse. Lena clearly knows this horse quite well. I mean, she's obviously a fantastic rider. Another one to watch. Really well connected with her horse. Her leg is so still. Her hands are so still. Again, beautiful style. I'm going to keep pointing that out at the Hunter Ring. It's just as important to have beautiful style at the Hunter Ring and the jumper ring, not just in the equitation. Obviously, us older people, we don't get to do the equitation anymore. But, I mean, I really feel like it's so important. And I think it shows when you see a rider like Lena out there that the position really plays a huge role in the quality of the ride, because she becomes invisible and you start to just focus on the horse, like Oliver said earlier. And then it also allows the horses to jump a beautiful jump, and I think you'll see that right here. Like, that was also a gorgeous ride, so smooth. And even if something's going wrong, you almost don't see it because Lena's so still. And again, there the horse lands the left lead, but she's so in the middle that, you know, you're not upset by the lead change or even taking a point off for it. But if you're off the middle there, or the horse lands, if you lean off to the right and the horse lands left, you know, that becomes distracting, and it's something that the judges are going to take note of. And when you're in the middle like that, you're not really giving them anything to write down. You know, and she looks so calm but has such a great rhythm. You know, horses are always supposed to be going forward, whether you're collecting or lengthening their stride. You're always telling them to go forward from your leg. And Lena does that in such a beautiful way, where a horse is always going forward, but in such a slow manner, and it looks so smooth.
It's like he was proud of himself, too.
Yeah.
He had a little head shake when everybody clapped for him. And she's just so disciplined and so smooth in her riding. And there's probably nobody more fit.
Yeah, I would say she is probably the most fit female rider. If you can run marathons after riding all day long, and I mean, she every day goes and runs.
God bless her.
I'd say Kent is probably the fittest rider of all of them. If you've ever go watch any of the stuff he does on Instagram, it's crazy with Kent Farrington, but
it's amazing. Oh,
92 and a half, 87 and a half, and 90.5, and that will go into fourth for Lena in Oslo. So she has 2 that will qualify in. There's 1 left to go. She sits in fourth behind Tory, Amanda, and Michael Brett Leone.
As a rider, she earned every ounce of that score. I mean, that was another master class for us exhibitors here.
Last rider to go, and it is Greg Krolik out of Michigan. He is with Carol Chase's Chappie, qualified out of the high performance division. 15-year-old Mecklenburg gelding by Shaco Blue out of Shakira Zed. 2-time winner of the $50,000 International Derby here at WEF in 2025 and 2022. Winner of the Pennsylvania National Winner's Stake 3 times. Champion high performance hunter at the National Horse Show in 24. And accolades, again, champion high performance hunter in 24 at the Capital Challenge. On the top stage, he is a horse to watch, and as a big fan club here. Chappie, Greg Krolik, our last to go of the 30 competitors here in round number 1.
I'm a part of the fan club. I've watched him with this horse for years, and another horse that's just so nice to watch. And Greg does a fantastic job, and again, such a great family here. His daughter rides. I mean, he rides amazing. His wife is a part of it. I've known them for a really long time.
He has a great partnership with this horse.
And again, pay attention to the style. And he's in a lot of he's at the top of a lot of these classes, and I think his style plays a huge role in it. Such quiet hands, his legs, and the horse has just such a beautiful way of going and a calmness to it. He's always going forward. You see him telling his horse to go forward right there, but he's doing it in such a calm way. It never looks rushed or fast. Again, these big rings definitely speed us up as riders, so it's really important that you still maintain the forwardness to the canter, but in a calm way, and not let the ring rush you.
Yeah, the stride can get away from you in this ring.
Easily, and very quickly too. But as you see, like, it's why it's so important to start riding the second you land off your jumps and get your horses back early, so that then it's a lot easier to then find the distances, and your horses start to take a breath because you're helping them. You know, like when they put in these efforts that you see these horses putting in, I mean, it's hard to kind of like stay as slow and calm as they are. They definitely are going to be a little more expressive. So it's our job as a rider to kind of pull them back together like Greg just did there, and he did such a good job at it. And now look at him taking his time again.
Well, he's trying to catch an 84.5. That is the cutoff. He needs to be better than that. That's Ava Barnes and Atlas that are sitting right now in 12th place. High scores of 94.66 from Tory and Deco Blue PS.
I think one thing you're seeing about this round too is what I said earlier, is the consistency, and the horse that jumps every jump the same. His knees are in the same spot, his body, he uses his body the exact same way every time, and Greg is so still and quiet up there that you really just start to pay attention to the horse. I mean, what a horse to pay attention to, right? Like, that was an amazing jump. That might have been the best last jump of the class. As I personally, he's in there, but You never know.
He just lets out a breath. He's up.
Yeah, Greg just did too.
Well, you know you've done your part. Now it's up to the judges to tell you how you did. But
Greg's such a nice guy too.
We'll await his scores, the final entry, and see if he makes the cut to go into round number 2.
I hope so. I really like Greg. Did a nice job.
And Greg does a great job developing horses too. And I think you can see that pretty much all these riders do.
Yeah.
Right.
He also does a lot of sales. We bought a really nice horse from him a while back when I worked for grazing fields. He's the cutest little horse named Luigi.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, there he goes.
Oh, yes. Okay, good. This is going to be a fun
87.25, 86.5, 88.5. That is an 87.41. They make the cut into the second round, and they will come back there in 7th right now. So Lena Ramond and Forsini are sitting in the 12th position. Then we'll see Parker Peacock, and Tory Colvin is the leading spot, 94.66. And again, the cutoff with the 85.33 from Lena. So handy round comes up here in just about 10-15 minutes or so, as we have some special awards, but get the heavy work done here in the ring with the drags and the course adjustment, and we will send it off for a word from some of the many sponsors that help bring us this competition here at Wellington International on this spectacular night in Wellington.
Championships are powered by nutrition. Nutrina Pro Force feeds fuel your horses every step, whether you're navigating a grueling course, executing a half pass, or galloping to the final fence. Powered by Digestive Shield for optimal gut health and Rebound technology for faster recovery, Pro Force supports your horse's peak performance so they're ready to dominate again. Pro Force. Defend. Recover. Perform.
It comes in a process, a passion, a purpose, perspective on words that come through with the learning. Be true, be honest when it's hard and you're hurting. This is the start of your life. We aim higher. Hey!
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Ya no tengo espacio este güey. Dale un poquito para atrás, mijo. Dándole, vamos a sacar los tuyos nomás. Caballeros, están al revés, ¿no? Tráigase los pilares chicos para acá, mijo. ¿Dónde? Acá. ¿Dónde, manín? ¿Ah? ¿Dónde? I'm gonna go check heights on other jumps. Vamos, arrancamos ahí. Hey, man.
Just a few minutes away from picking back up here in the international ring with the second round of the WCHR Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. Before we move any further into this evening, we have a few special awards that we'd like to present ahead of the second round of competition for tonight's $150,000 Spectacular. Joining us in the ring to present a very special award is Susie Humes Bronson, accompanied by her husband Stan Bronson. The Mark Gregory Memorial Award was established by Susie and is presented to the best conditioned horse in the 3-6 section of tonight's class, as chosen by a selected judge. Mark was a renowned hunter, judge, and supporter of the WCHR program. Susie judged with Mark many times during the course of their friendship. Susie says she always enjoyed Mark's sharp wit and his eye as a judge and horseman. Another good friend of Mark's, Sherry Robertson, calls this a very appropriate award. She explains, in every part of Mark's life, he strived for perfection. Gene Mish added he was very fair with his judging, and he didn't care what the horse won last year or last week. He judged what he saw that day. Let's welcome Deco Blue PS, owned by John and Stephanie Ingram, the recipient of this year's Mark Gregory Memorial Award for Best Conditioned Horse. The winner will also receive a custom jacket, and in addition to the Mark Gregory Award, presenting the Vanderbilt Flake to trainer Tom Wright. Congratulations again to John and Stephanie Ingram, to trainer Tom Wright, and to rider Tory Colvin, as Deco Blue PS earns this year's Mark Gregory Memorial Award. Our next award is the Kiara Barnett Rider Style Award and Perpetual Trophy. This award is donated by Brian Baldwin and Tammy Williams in memory of Kiara Barnett. It is presented to the rider who best displays the American style of riding in the ring and sportsmanship outside of the competition arena. This recipient is also one who serves as a role model for preserving the integrity of our sport and maintaining a standard of excellence and tradition in their riding. Joining us today to present this award is Tammy Williams and Brian Baldwin. And this year's Kiara Barnett Rider Style Award is presented to Elle Boyd, who will receive an engraved keeper trophy. Elle Boyd will also be wearing a white rose as a representation of receiving the Rider Style Award.
Our Charlie Weaver Memorial Award, established in 2011 to honor the memory and legacy of legendary horseman Charlie Weaver. The Charlie Weaver Memorial Award is awarded to the confirmation horse receiving the highest average score of the WCHR Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. Joining us for the presentation are the donors of this wonderful award, Brian Simpson, Pamela Vance, and Herb Castani. And let's welcome Perez Samba. Samba, owned by the Rain family out of Raleigh, North Carolina, and presented by Brady Mitchell. The recipient of this year's Charlie Weaver Memorial Award for the highest scoring confirmation horse in the first round of tonight's class. The winner will also receive a custom cooler and jacket. That's Samba from Rain Family LLC out of Raleigh and presented by Brady Mitchell.
At this time, we would like to welcome Luis Sirio, WCHR Chair, Carl Whedon, WCHR Vice Chair, and Eric Aho and Lynn Walsh, the Gala co-chairs, to the ring. We would like to recognize Eric and Lynn for all of their hard work helping to put together tonight's wonderful gala, and Luis and Carl for all their hard work with the WCHR program. Thank you again to Luis Sirio, WCHR Chair, Carl Whedon, WCHR Vice Chair, and Eric Aho and Lynn Walsh, the Gala co-chairs, for all of their hard work putting together tonight's evening. Just 2 minutes away from picking back up. 8:50, we'll see the first of our 12 back for the second round in the $150,000 Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. We'll start at the 4-foot height. We'll have both of our 4-footers returning. Then we'll see 2 at 3.9 and then 8 at 3.6 to wrap us up for the first round high score. Or for the second round, going into the second round is Tory, Colvin, and Deco Blue PS as our highest scoring combination on a 94.66. Amanda Steege and Lafitte Demuse in second on a score of 92. Michael Britt Leone with a 91.66 aboard Cannon Beach in third. Lena Ramond and Oslo in fourth on a 90.16, and is Nick Hannes and Styled rounding out that top 5 on an 88 to 83 average from the first round. It scores of 85 at 33 and higher to return in our top 12 for round 2. First to show in the handy round, headed up to the gate. Again, we'll start at the 4-foot height.
4 foot first.
For the handy round, we'll see
4-foot horses that made it through. Then we'll see 2 at 3.9 and our 8.36 horses. Now there's a special twist here. In honor of Valentine's Day, the pen is shaped like a heart. And fence 3, when they'll canter in through the point of the heart, and they can jump either side of the top of the heart for number 3, and then 8 and 9 are very fancy. They have 3 different options on to go through there, and there's an option for 10 and 11. First back, it is Chappie. Greg Krolik will show the way, and Greg comes back with Chappie on a score of 87.41. Oliver Kennedy here with Brian Figus and Jen Bertucci bringing you the action from the International Ring at Wellington International Horse Show.
This is definitely going to be a fun handy. I've been looking at this for the last, 20 minutes now, trying to figure out what I would do, but I think it's really based on your horse. You're going to see a lot of different tracks here. There's definitely a lot of options. You could almost do 8 to 9, depending on how it walks, almost as like a 2-stride potentially, or 3-stride. I didn't get a chance to walk it, but I think
there's an option of a tight roll back to number 9 or to 10. You have so many different ways that you can do this track.
Yeah.
There's two fence 10 options and 2 fence 11s. You have to jump an oxer or a vertical, or the vertical and the oxer.
You just saw the 2-stride right there. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but also super handy and super cool. I mean, I think you have other options as well, but it's so nice to see somebody like Greg go right out there and go for it.
Well, the one thing you can do here by being really handy is to get some higher score and move yourself up the ladder and hope that the ones that are ahead of you have a little problem.
Absolutely. I think that's the challenge. If you can do it right or be really handy and get it done well, it's going to be, you're going to put the pressure on the people later in the class for sure.
All right. Well, that was Greg Krolik. He didn't have the best luck, not what he wanted, but he took a shot, so he got a little bit of a look. As there is the option, he went back tight on the vertical.
I think you could see that the horse swapped a little bit, but well, not a little bit.
That was too bad to be
any of the panels 8 and 9 for 8 and 9. So.
I mean, this is definitely a challenging course, and it's actually a really good course that if you wanted to be really handy, it definitely allows that. And I love when a course designer gives you those options where you could definitely be a little smoother, maybe not be as handy, or go for it and take the risk. And for sure, I'm a rider who I like to, depending on where I'm sitting and depending on how the class goes, I like to generally go for it and try to put that pressure on the riders that either go after me or
35, 42, and 43 for a 40 average score for the second round. Here's Lena Ramond in Oslo.
That was beautiful.
That was beautiful.
I think the one thing you're going to really see is one thing that I talked about throughout the first round was about connection and a steady hand and a consistent leg and your position, and that's going to play a huge part in the handy. At least for me as a rider, I think it does, and I think it definitely keeps the handy looking as smooth as possible. And you'll see these riders, they have a beautiful gallop, but again in a slow way, and I think it's really important in the handy, like the first round, to not let the handy speed you up. Obviously the ring gets a little bit smaller, but you don't want it to speed you up, but you still want to maintain that forwardness through your canter. And Lena's doing a really good job here. I'm really curious to see how she handles this next part. And again, that consistent connection that she has, it's definitely working to her advantage here. That's a beautiful gallop to the straw. And there's a different track for the two, but she rode that beautiful. And I think it depends on your horse what you decide to do there. I don't think, I mean, there's obviously a lot of options, but I think it's whatever works best.
10, the vertical at the top of the ring, and then takes the tight turn back for this being her 11. That is one of the options that we have for that 10 and 11, and the gallop home.
Wow, that was beautiful.
That was really well done. And so consistent, again. I go back to that.
She was so handy without being rushed and making it look, she made it look effortless and so smooth.
And I love the slow-mo there. Look at how both reins are working, both hands are working together. She has her horse's nose right on the middle of the jump. Even when she's doing a tighter turn, she's got her horse paying attention to the middle of the jump. And I think that also shows that the work they've put in at home, I think while we're taking this little break right now, I think one thing that I want everybody to also remember is that it is about the work that you put in at home. And then having the ability to then go show it off in the ring. You don't really get to practice in the ring, so you got to put the time in at home and really build a connection with your horse. And I think it shows with these riders at this level is that they've put the time in.
92, 93, 92 for a 92.33, and that will be their 2-round average for Atlanta. They had a 92.33, and the final average score here is 91.24 for their 2 rounds of action. So again, we get an average score for this round, and then we average the averages from round 1 and round 2 for the overall average to the final score new this year. So 91.24, and that is the leading score, and we're adjusting now for 39.
And her score showed it.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, yeah, you kind of got a good look. You can see them canter in through the point of the heart. And I guess if we had an aerial, you would see that actually the pen is shaped like a heart.
Yeah.
So when you canter in for number 3, there's either the left side of the top of the heart or the right side. You're coming in at the bottom, the point of the heart, and then any way you jump out of the pen, you just have to jump 2 panels for 8 and 9, and then you have the option for 10 and 11. So we've seen 2 different routes for 10 and 11. I think this is going to be kind of exciting here as we go. We have some great handy riders.
So nice to have all the different options of being able to show off your handiness and your horse and what's the best track that you pick for your particular horse. So
yeah.
Thumbs up there for from the course designer to JP at the gate. As you see in just a second, we should see the gate swing open, and we'll see the first of 2 that come back at this 3'9" height.
84 long open and the gate will come in our 2 3'9"ers, and our first of those 3'9"ers coming back will be Andy Beach, Michael Ridley.
Michael will be a great one to watch. He has a lot of experience in the handies and is an unbelievable rider.
And this horse definitely shows off. I think you saw that in the first round, so I'm excited to see, honestly, this horse perform right now.
Michael, always a very good handy rider. He was, I think, 2nd overall in the International Derby Finals last year, and won the Tier 2 award in that. Second or third, and then won the Tier 2. So here comes Cannon Beach. Michael Brittleone comes back on a 91.66 score.
And look at that connection the second he walks in the ring. It's already there. He barely has to make any adjustments before he picks up the canter. I think that's a huge thing for the younger riders to really pay attention to. Wow. That was a little bit, the horse jumped out a little bit high and stuck, but again, Michael having his leg on, and that could...
Oh, stuck off the ground there.
It's too bad.
Unfortunately, that does happen, but I think what you're going to see now from Michael is he's going to give this horse a really confident ride the rest of the way. And I think that's huge. You know, unfortunately, under the lights and cantering directly into the ring, that stuff can happen, especially with these athletic horses that jump the way they do. You know, they're special for a reason. So that, unfortunately, does happen, but Michael's definitely going to give this horse a great ride the rest of the way and make sure he feels confident and smooth. You can see him using his leg there in a confident way, and that horse just jumped that jump beautiful, and look at how relaxed he is. You know, and that, again, unfortunately, we all make mistakes and horses make mistakes. So all you young riders watching this, make sure You know, don't get defeated by your mistakes, and make sure that if your horse makes a mistake too, it's your job as the rider to make them feel confident again. And you see Michael's doing a really good job at that.
This horse, too, is only 8 years old, so you can see as the course goes on, he's becoming a lot more relaxed and understanding the assignment. Oh, shoot.
Now he's trapped in the pen. Jumps out.
Michael figured it right out how to get out.
Yeah.
This horse is such a lovely horse, though.
Beautiful, amazing jumper. Definitely one of my favorites from the first round.
Yep.
And its expression is beautiful.
Well, as we said, so when you're sitting down a little lower and you put that into the next riders coming in, that you got to be really handy. Really, sometimes maybe you overcook it a little bit, and trying to know you get a catch and you want to win. So.
Yeah, you got to take the risk sometimes, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. But again, Michael's doing a great job. I mean, that was a 10 out of 10 jump right there.
Yep.
No risk, no reward.
Right. And
you finished strong, giving him a pad.
The big pad of the horse. Give it some confidence on the way out.
Yep.
Not sure what it caught its eye on, but something. And then he tried to be really handy, turned back, and I think the striding more there didn't work out for him.
Definitely a difficult track for horses that aren't as experienced, but he finished nice and strong, and definitely see Michael back here next year for sure.
30, 40, and 35, which will net them a 35 average score for this round. Their 2-round average drops down to 63.33.
It's really sad.
And now here is Amanda with Lafitte Demuse, Amanda Steege, and 92 is her score after round 1.
That was a beautiful first jump. So relaxed. Look at her stepping right up to jump 2.
Be interesting to see how crazy she chooses to go from 8 to 9 in the pen. Really, number 3 is just kind of getting you used to getting in the pen. It's kind of a straw bales. They all jump that well either way.
Yep, that was beautifully done.
But now,
let's see what she does.
She melted that in beautifully. It was showing up a little bit slow, but she adjusted the track just enough to give her horse enough room to make that fit. A little slow on the lead change there, but Amanda stayed so calm through her body and her connection that I don't think they'll hurt her too much in the score for that.
right now we get to the, what are we going to do in here?
To the bending 3. She did it beautifully.
She jumps the vertical, goes up, and she'll roll back and take
It's crazy how many options there are.
And now gallop home.
Little adjustment there to the last jump, and Amanda did that quite well. Again, another big pat for her horse. Obviously, their partnership has been amazing. Amanda loves him. I don't blame her.
I mean, this is a horse of a lifetime for her.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think anybody.
Yeah.
It's definitely a horse that deserves to be written down in the history books.
Well, this horse's mother was probably one of the best jumpers I've ever seen in my life, Everly Chindalpam. That was Shane Sweetnam rode it as a jumper, and then Scott Stewart had it for a short bit as a hunter before the horse got hurt.
And I think You saw it.
84, 89, 82, 85 is this round's average. It has an 88.5 for the 2-round average. And it sits right behind Lena and Oslo. Now we'll adjust for the 8 horses at 3'6". So, your thoughts after we've seen 4 horses? I think this is going to. I think one of these juniors may come in there if they've got the nerves of steel.
I think they do.
They might be able to walk in. And some of them they don't have the pressure on them that the pros do. And
they're hungry.
They're hungry, and I think you're going to see some of these juniors that we have go in there and really try and lay down the tightest track, and they're all doing equitation, so
Absolutely.
they know what to do
So these
in terms of that.
professionals better be ready for these kids.
Yeah.
I don't know Elle as well as I know JJ, but I know he's trying to win tonight.
Oh,
and
yeah, and Parker.
This is definitely a good class for him. And Parker and Elle, I mean, those kids are slick, and I don't know, this is a good handy for them. And I mean, I'd love to see a junior win it.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they got a ways to make up, but it's doable.
But then you have masters like Scott, Nick,
Tory.
and Tory.
Don't forget,
I
Tory
mean,
won
Tory,
both medal and McClay finals too.
Yeah,
so.
no, I mean when you sit there
Doucette, I think.
when you sit there and watch, if you go back to what she did with 3 broken ribs in the handy at Derby Files with that horse, took the tightest track you could take everywhere and did it flawlessly.
And in such a slow way,
That was
while going
legendary.
forward too. It was beautiful.
So I think we're going to have a handy symposium here on if you want to learn to ride a handy,
watch Tory.
Watch these next few riders showing at this height, because
watch all of them.
Yeah, I mean, even the ones that haven't had success have all tried the toughest track.
Absolutely.
You know, so.
And you have to, like you're already in the second round, you've already done your work, right? So now it's actually about having fun and trying to win. We're all here to win.
Nobody's coming in this going, I'm really good. You're no worse than 12th. So.
Exactly. The hard part's done. You made the second round. Now,
First
nothing
you made
to
it to the
lose.
class. First thing.
Go have fun.
Right.
Because one thing, this is probably one of the hardest classes to get into in the country.
100%.
Yep.
You either have to have been unbelievable in your performances last season, or have the week of your life this season.
Yep.
So, gate swings open, and 8 more to go. Who will be the winner of our $150,000 WCHR Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular? Who's your pick? Brian?
For tonight.
You staying
I'm
with Tory?
Tory.
You're staying with Tory?
I mean, Tom's got the blue jacket on. I think he's gonna go for the 8th win of this class.
All right, Lena Ramond is back on her second ride. This is Forcini. She comes in on an 85.33. She leads on her first ride, Oslo.
Got a little playful after the first jump there.
I like playful. That means the horse enjoys his job for me.
I don't mind it as a
especially at this hour.
Yeah. I'd rather have a
candidates
playful
there.
one than a robot.
Exactly.
But then again, I rode thoroughbreds when I was young. So.
It's nice too because she got to go in on one already and get a feel for the track. So
if you're going to try and make up ground, she came in. Oh, she has,
I mean, look at her hands. Perfect.
Yeah, her
Picture
hands are
perfect
beautiful.
right there. Little feel up.
Oh,
That's okay.
tried to be really slice it. Well, it
That
says
was
you
smart.
can jump anyway, so now she'll just circle back out of the pen.
that was smart.
It's either direction.
I don't know that I would have been able to think on my toes like that.
Well,
and it
that's
definitely
one
saves
thing.
your score a little bit. So
Yeah, that's one thing though. When you think about,
yeah.
their business at Heritage is making teaching riders to think on their feet, and they're
Yep.
very good at it. And she's one of the team that does it. So, Elena Ramond and Forsini, quick thinking in their part as they jumped in, but they're going to get that.
I 100% would not have been able to think that fast or that intelligently.
She
I love
jumps.
these
She's going to
slow-mos.
slice. Now the judges have to go. Was she going to jump that,
Right.
or was she going in the horse
Right.
spooked at it, thinking it was going to jump it?
Either way, you got to give her props for.
I mean, because that was a pretty tight slice. I don't know if
For sure.
Yeah.
2 of them thought
You get a
About that
60,
one.
a 41, and a 40 for a 66.16. And the thing is, it really depends on where they were sitting too,
Right.
because they can't tell how close they.
Right.
We have the option of we have the best angle
Yeah.
possible, and you have the judges on the judges that were on the gallery side of the arena up at the top side gave it the highest score. The judges that had the kind of better angle on how they were coming, which would be the judges on the International Club side, were a 40 and a 41 from the judges closest to the gate. Here's Blue Moment. Nick Hannes, first of his 2 in the jump in this handy round.
Wow.
that was a great jump.
That was beautiful.
Trying to make up a little bit of ground here.
Nick is also a fantastic handy rider. He always goes for it. He always wants a gallop. He always has a gallop, which I appreciate. He definitely shows you and the judges that he wants to win. It's also a really good ride. And again, he's got such a nice feel with this horse, and he's connected every step of the way, and you can see him shaping the horse's body and guiding him as to what he wants out of the horse and what lead to land, and really well done so far.
Always takes the most efficient track.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's going to bring him right back to the middle here. Tell him what lead he wants him to land on. And you see him taking a little bit of time here to set up the track that he probably wants. I like that type of ride for something like this. It's very easy for a horse to obviously get distracted and take their eye off of it.
All right, he's going in for the other option at number 10. He's going to jump the vertical, go around.
Yeah. So far, this is.
And then, the oxer, now he has to go to the vertical at the top end of the ring. And we should probably, if this is Nick Hannes and Nick Hannes style,
Oh, he's gonna
there
go.
we go. He
Yep.
opens it up. He goes hunting down to that last jump.
Beautifully done. And these, like his hands and his eyes and how quick he is. And second the horse's feet come off the ground, he's already now telling the horse what he wants next. But he's not doing it before the jump to help protect the lead and also create the best jump possible. I love these slow-mos.
Here comes Parker.
She's picking
So
up a gallop.
Nick comes in on 94, 90, and 89. It's a 91 average for this round, and 89.16 for the 2 rounds. And here is Parker Peacock and Meaningful.
Her eyes are exceptional. Timing is perfect. Her connection is so soft, but like look at her hands right there.
Comes
Guiding
back.
her horse.
Comes back in an 85.41.
Beautiful.
And she's bold but calm. She uses her body very, very well to help encourage this horse to jump the best it can. A little opening right rein there to help her horse sight in on the next jump. Like see the focus in her eyes.
It's the first of our equitation riders now. See how they tackle.
So here's a different track. And again, this is based on your horse. Okay. Maybe the 3 got a little short. It's hard to tell from this angle.
Looks like
But she
maybe
rode
a
it quite
smidge
well.
early,
So
but
she's going to go to the vertical. Or no, she's
No,
taking
not
the
her.
wider approach back to the Oxer number 10 option.
It's a little more conservative, but I also like it. It definitely flowed really nice.
It's all a game of strategy now.
Yeah, you got to show off your horse, and if she felt that this was the best option for her horse, and she did a great job doing it. So
That was
it
beautifully
was
done.
really well done for this
Good
kid.
for her.
Parker Peacock, meaningful.
She definitely showed why she's a contender for the end of the year in the equitation.
85.41 was her score coming in.
Of course, is adorable. We got there a hint early, but still gave her a nice jump out.
86, 87, and 90.
Good for her.
And that'll be an 86.53 for this round. Where they got an 87, actually 87.66 is their round score. Their 2-round average is 86.53 right now in fourth. That is their 2-round average. Here's JJ, Toronto, connect the dots.
Perfect jump one.
That was beautiful.
Little deep there. But he rode it very well. And again, pay attention to JJ's hands and his connection with his horse and his heels. Again, you can see the bottom of his boots. And he's very connected with his horse, so his horse is following his aids beautifully. And again, there's a forwardness to his canter, but it looks so relaxed and calm.
That was a beautiful jump.
His hands are invisible.
He got that from his mother.
He has great breeding, both his mom and his dad.
Or stepped off the lead there for a step, but only for a step. So, depends on the angle for the judges.
And we get another approach
That
here.
was
That's
nice.
what Michael was
Yeah.
trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Britt-Leone.
You see he's taking his time there, really setting up this end jump quite well.
shoot.
Oh, he jumped.
And here's a different track now, and then he turned left after. I guess you'd have to.
That was too bad. That was really
That's too
quite
bad.
nice up to that. Jumped that good.
A great last jump.
He did a beautiful job executing that. It was a bummer.
All that. He's been off for a month, but
You wouldn't know
makes
it.
it into the finals.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed in that, but he rides fantastic, and he just gave that horse a great ride under the lights here, and I mean, what a horse.
A 45 for a 45 average, he goes down to a 65.332 round average with that rail.
It was a real bummer. But fortunately, part of the sport sometimes.
Right now, he sits in 6th place.
Let's see.
Here's Elle Boyd back. Her mom has been a winner of this class on 4 occasions.
You definitely would love to see the horse land the lead there, but she did such a good job not making it, oh, sorry, the right lead, but she did such a good job not making it obvious that the horse landed left, and she was so smooth about the lead change. Again, that's where her connection comes in, staying in the middle of your horse.
This horse is just so cute. And she's so cute on it. Tiny little thing.
really well done.
Mm-hmm.
See what advice Grandpa and her mom gave her here. Canters in. Loops back.
And she melted that in beautifully.
Canters out. A little swap there. I think he thought
Yeah.
he was going to jump the
Just
the
took
other
his eye off
panel.
that. Sorry, put his eye on that.
She stayed so calm though. She's corrected it and carried on.
Comes back on the oxer.
That was handy.
Yeah, it was. You know, I love the fact that she let that little mistake not turn into a bigger one later on, and she finished this course beautifully.
You can hear
Grandpa's
hear
happy.
Grandpa.
Again,
He's
I'd
the
be
one
so
who
proud
sounds
of
like
this
somebody
kid.
hit him in the foot with a hammer, in the foot with a hammer. But
You can hear him and you can always see him with his red hat.
Yeah.
His trademark. That was beautifully done. Good for her.
Yeah, and I love her style. You
Yeah.
can tell that she puts a lot of work into it. And you can definitely, like, she definitely is practicing at home, you
Mhm.
know, which is, I love seeing it. You know, she's got a great foundation and a strength to her position. And at such a young age, that's really impressive. So it speaks
Mhm.
to the amount of work she puts in at home.
L. Boyd scores in, and they are 85, 83, 86. For the average score for the round of 84.66, that is into fifth place on an 85.16. 85.16 into fifth place in the overall standings. And here comes Scott Stewart on cadet.
Another rider, watch his hands.
Wow.
Like in the air. That was perfect. That was an amazing
And
jump.
like that was 100.
Yeah. He's so smooth about guiding his horse where he wants him to go. And you just see his right hand open just the slightest. He's so well connected with his horse.
It does such a beautiful job producing these horses too. So
Melted that in beautifully. I mean, could the horse's expression get any
no,
better?
I couldn't. I mean, could it have jumped that any better? Nope.
I love he's got it being really handy, but still taking his time.
Mm-hmm.
No big deal there. He's so calm about everything. And never looks rushed. So good with his eyes, his connection. Let's see what he does here.
Going for the Michael Britt move and the
Well done. There was that one step where, okay, definitely the horse shook its head a little bit in the turn, but
I think he's going to loop back on like JJ did.
this is
JJ
a
actually
new
jumped
one.
and rolled the
Yeah.
other way. So it's
I think this is the first one we're
route.
seeing.
Ooh, I like that. Wow.
He's galloping. Love that.
That's one thing Scott always, that last jump in a handy, if there's
Oh,
a
wow.
gallop, he's going full tilt. He was a winner 2 times with Catch Me in 2015 and 2016 as the gray Catch Me was the winner, one of the top horses of its time, now retired. And here is his new, maybe the new replacement. Cadet. I mean, Catch Me is irreplaceable, I
Right.
should say, but
This one's a close second.
a new one to go to the top part of the string. 90, 92, 91. 91 is the average for this round, and a 2-round average of 89.41. Lena Ramon still leads with Oslo, but Scott goes into second.
Wow. It was beautifully done.
Nick Hannes was styled, and Tory, Colvin, and Deco Blue. And here comes Nick.
Now this horse was so rangy in the first round, doing that 9 in the last line. I'm excited for this handy with this horse.
88.83 for that classic round.
And again, look at him setting his horse up here, getting his attention, making sure that they're on the same page. You know, he got a little bit, I wouldn't say spooky, but he definitely had to hold his hand there. And Nick did such a good job because he established that connection early. You see, like, the horse just put in a great effort there, but Nick's definitely having to manage him a little bit, which is okay. You tend to have to do that in these handies under the lights. This is very difficult for horses, not only them, but then the riders. Nick's doing a fantastic job.
Especially, I mean, this is a first-year horse too, so it's first year jumping 3'6", and this is a technical enough track, and he's doing a great job giving him a. Wow, that was nice.
Yeah, he did that really well.
Gallops up to the vertical.
Mm-hmm.
And now
he's gonna gallop. There he goes.
Well, he didn't go down not trying here.
No.
So we'll see what the judges thought. Lena Ramond is sitting on a 91.24. She had a 92.33 score for this round. And the overall 91.24. Can Nick move up the leaderboard? Nick came in on an 88.83. 88, 88, 93, and that is a 89.66 average in this round. The overall two-round average is 89.24 into third place. Lena Ramond leads. Scott Stewart in second with Cadet. Styled and Nick now in third, and one to go. And it is, if I was leading, I might be a little nervous seeing as you have the five-time winner of this class. 3 times as a junior, twice as a professional. Tory Colvin coming next.
I think she has a little bit of a cushion. I'm really interested to see how she handles it. I mean, she's always going to go for it. There's no questioning that.
She comes in on a 94.66.
She even walks in with a smile on her face. You can tell she's having fun on this horse.
Wow.
I mean, right up there. She almost makes all these inside turns look so easy that.
She's a master.
Yeah.
Nice and tight coming in.
Just really pay attention to that light feel that she has. It looks so soft, it almost looks like she's not even having a feel of the horse's mouth, but it's there. Her timing is just impeccable. Loved her track there. That was really well done, and I love how she lets her horse finish the jump and then just smoothly guides him into the track that she wants. You can see her now starting to put the horse's eye on this jump. Little opening right rein there, but stayed so still in her body. The horse knows every single stride what Tory wants.
Wow.
Sliced that. Wow.
That was amazing.
It literally looks like Tory's taking a breath every step. It's so relaxed. That was really handy. She did like 7 strides there. That was like almost as close to perfection as possible.
I see a Briar horse in this horse's future.
Seriously.
And a Hall of Fame rider, for sure.
Oh my God.
I mean, I know we don't have the same viewpoint as the judges. I don't know that that would be beatable by anybody.
No.
Well, she had big scores in round number 1, and so far the first score that came in is big.
I love how she used that opening left rein there, and she never let her shoulder get ahead of her hand. Even with that opening rein, you see her control her body so well and guide the horse where she wants him to go instead of demand it. I mean,
I mean, she rode that to perfection, and that horse went flawlessly.
96,
Yeah.
95, and 100
Wow, I
are
was
the
gonna
scores.
say.
I'm not shocked.
Yes,
I mean,
Judge Three.
97 is the average score,
pretty
and that
close
is a
to perfect.
95-83
there's that one
two-round
thing.
total, and that is your winner.
I mean,
96,
everybody.
95, and 100.
There's only been, what, 5 in history? Tory is one of them, and now you just saw a
Tory
6.
had one on Way Cool.
Yeah.
And
Sasheen
Tory had
Bell. I
Sasheen,
got 100.
Rick Fancher, Scott with
Fancher.
Catch Me.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I
either
think
way, we just saw history.
we just saw another 100 laid out.
I mean,
I don't blame him
96,
for giving it.
95,
That's pretty
100,
perfect.
97 Breyer horses.
Wow.
Where's your call? I think that's your next Breyer horse, folks.
And I can't
It'll
believe
be
I just got to
collectible.
watch it live. That's
Let's
amazing.
take a look at the final standings here. It is Tory Colvin and Deco Blue S for the Ingrams that take the win. Lena Ramond with Oslo will finish up in second for the owner Lexi Mountis. Scott Stewart with Stephanie Donhockle's Cadet was third. Styled and Nick Hannes will finish up in the fourth position, the Caroline Freeman equestrian entry. Nick will finish fifth with Blue Monday, or Blue Moment from First Blue LLC. Then it is Amanda Siege and Lafitte Demuse. Cheryl Olson's entry, Parker Peacock with Meaningful for Emma Vandenhouten, the owner. And then we have Elle Boyd with Bugatti for Liddy Strickland, finishing up in eighth. Lena Ramond with Forsini, the other Lexi Mountis entry, finishes up in ninth. JJ Toronto, Connect the Dots for VBK Equine in 10th. Greg Krolik and Chappie were the 11th place finishers. The Carol Chase owned entry, and Michael Britt Leone and Cannon Beach for Kelly Sims round out the top 12. Wow. Well, we said that this handy would be something to be to watch, and you saw a riding lesson put in there by all the top riders, but especially Tory. That is a connection with a horse that I haven't seen many like that.
No, and it's so special for her since she found him as a young horse and produced them herself. And I mean, what she's done with that horse. I mean, I thought Derby Finals was legendary, which it still is. But just to go in there, I mean, there wasn't one thing you could pick apart. I mean, she didn't need a single change. She jumped every jump right out of stride. Couldn't have been handier. So now this is, I think, gonna be her seventh time.
Sixth, I think sixth. She won it
a lot of times.
sixth time. This is seventh. You're
Yep.
right. She won it Way Cool 3 times with Ovation, Private Practice twice, and now takes 7th win. You talk about domination of this event. She has more times, almost double the number of times that her closest rider has done. So amazing class.
What a way to end it.
Yeah.
100.
100. I mean, that was a mic drop right there.
And I can tell you, I've sat with judges for over 40 years, and they do not throw 100 lightly.
No, I mean, there's been 5 in history.
Yeah,
until now.
I mean, that was
we watched.
Yeah, 100%.
So I've been lucky enough to have 2 of them be at my horse show, and I've announced 2 of the. I've had 2 at my show, and I've announced 2 of the other 5. So,
And what a treat for everybody watching
Yes,
this class.
100%.
I mean, thank you, Tory.
Thank
that was
you,
amazing.
Tory. That was amazing to watch. Now, and Tom Wright, this will be his 8th time as a trainer winning this class.
he has won this more times than any other trainer. I mean, you can't say anything
else
about it. I mean, I'm at a loss for words.
Right.
Those who know me go, yeah.
We know for me that's not that's pretty uncommon for me to be at a loss for words. So.
Well, they get the stage set, and for the prize giving, the riders are out getting dressed for the awards presentation, and it looks like they are just about set. So we're going to hand it over to Jason Porter, our ring announcer, along with King Hackley, who will bring you through the prize giving here for our spectacular. I'm Oliver Kennedy. I've been here with Brian Figus and Jennifer Ritucci. We thank you all for joining us and watching this class. And again, tomorrow, if you are looking to watch the stripe rails with the jumpers, we again are sitting there looking at I'll give you the start times for tomorrow's schedule, and it will be U25 at 9 o'clock on the Derby field, and at the hour of about 12:30, we'll see the IDA Development Grand Prix, our 3-star Grand Prix. And the National Grand Prix by Dodd Technologies is scheduled for about a 2:50 start. So we're going to lay it out and let the ring announcers take you through the rest of the prize giving ceremony. And thanks for joining us here on this Saturday night.
On our Week 6 schedule, the first of our WCHR weeks at the Winter Equestrian Festival this year. In 12th returning, we have Michael Britt Leone with the Cannon Beach, owned by Kelly Sims. In 11th, Greg Krolik with it Chappie, owned by Carol Chase of Lake Angeles, Michigan. 10th award going to Connect the Dots and JJ Toronto. JJ taking the ride tonight for VBK Equine LLC in Coconut Grove. In 9th, Lena Ramond with the Lexi Mayunas owned Forsini. 8th award going to L. Boyd. L, our winner of the Kiara Barnett Rider Style Award, showing for Liddy Strickland of McDonough, Georgia, finishing 8th with Bugatti. And 7th, Parker Peacock of Foughtown, North Carolina, with Meaningful, owned by Emma Vanden Hooten. 6th award going to Amanda Steege and Lafitte Demuse. Lafitte Demuse owned by Cheryl Olston of New Hope, Pennsylvania. 5th and 4th in our standings, mounts for Nick Hannes. 5th with Blue Moment, owned by First Blue LLC and Caroline Freeman. And the 4th award with Caroline Freeman Equestrians Styled. In 3rd, Scott Stewart with Stephanie Dunhockles at Cadet. Your reserve champion, Lena Ramond with Oslo, owned by Lexi Mayunas. And now on the lap of honor, your winner, owned by John and Stephanie Ingram of Nashville, Tennessee, and piloted by Tory Colvin, Deco Blue PS, on the 2-round average of 95.83. Handy round scores of 96 and 95 and 100 for your winner of the WCHR Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunters Spectacular Deco Blue PS, piloted by Tory Colvin, owned by John and Stephanie Ingram. This year's winner of the Dark Continent Trophy, and Tory will pick up the Let's Dance Perpetual Trophy, awarded to the winning rider for the Peter Wetherill WCHR Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. Tory winning this class for the 7th time in its history. Bringing forward our championship combination for photos as we continue to honor Deco Blue PS, owned by John and Stephanie Ingram and shown by Tory Colvin. We started the night celebrating this combination as well as Tory picked up the 95 score as our high score professional out of that 3-6 performance stake division, and now continuing with the accolades on the evening, taking the top honors for the 7th time as the rider in the WCHR Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular, and back-to-back wins for owners John and Stephanie Ingram, as they are the ownership of last year's winning entry, Ondine Dorlon, and now Deco Blue PS taking the honors for 2026, as shown by Tory Colvin. 94-66 in the first round with scores of 96, 92, and 96. And continuing in stellar fashion in the handy round with scores of 96, 95, and 100. John and Stephanie Ingram's Deco Blue PS and Tory Colvin, your top combination for tonight's $150,000 spectacular. Congratulations again to owners John and Stephanie Ingram of Nashville, Tennessee. Back-to-back wins as owners in this competition. And to Tory Colvin winning this class for the 7th time since 2011. The top honors with Deco Blue PS, your winning entry on the night. Again, handy scores at 96, 95, and 100 for your best in the field. At the 2026 WCHR Peter Wetherill Palm Beach Hunter Spectacular. Congratulations again to John and Stephanie Ingram, owners of Deco Blue PS, our winning entry tonight. And congratulations to Tory Colvin winning this class for the 7th time as a rider. Now we bring forward our reserve champion on the evening coming out of the 4-foot section. Congratulations to Lena Ramond guiding Oslo to the 2nd place finish for the owner Lexi Maunis of Greenwich, Connecticut. A 90.16 average in the first round and a 92.33 average in round number 2 with those handy scores of 92, 93, and 92 for your runner-up and reserve champion Oslo, shown by Lena Ramond and owned by Lexi Maunis of Greenwich, Connecticut. Congratulations again to our top 2 in the field, our runner-up and reserve champion, Lena Ramondo with Alexi Maunis owned Oslo, and to Tory Colvin winning this class for the 7th time, doing so this year aboard Deco Blue PS, owned by John and Stephanie Ingram of Nashville, Tennessee.